All right, all right. Welcome back, everybody. Glad to have you all back here at the cafe. We are heading back to Idaho. We got some new documents to break down, and we're going to take a look at some stuff per request that happened in the case earlier on. And I can't wait to do it. So thank you guys so much for joining us. Make sure to share this out with all your friends and neighbors. Hell, you can even tell the mailman, whatever works, guys. Let everybody know what we're doing in here. That being said, you know the drill. Here we go. All right. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you guys for joining us here again at the cafe as we head on back in to Idaho and check out some new stuff going down, new documents to talk about real quick here today. We're going to take a look back at some, like I said, some older stuff from the beginning times of the case. Of course, I'm going to open it up for an open discussion as we always like to do. Good God almighty, what's going on over here? All these different colors, things lighting up. And I'm going to see what we come up with. So I'm going to be pinning the link up here shortly. Anybody wants to join me to jump into this discussion, please feel free, if you will. Thank you for being here. What's going on, Outcast? What are you doing in here, bro? Good to see you, my brother Outcast. Dude's been doing some crazy streams, and I love it. I love it, love it. It gives me a break from what I do in here, and I love hanging out over there. It's always a great crowd and a great crew, and I love it. So let's see who we got in here today with us. Karma Police back in the house. Make sure you behave. Of course, Outcast. SRBBB. Miss Tandy's in the house. You're killing me with this, bro. I can't even keep up with it. Seahawks, Miss Tandy fan. Good to see you. Leslie and Billy, welcome back to you, dear. Hold on here. Let's see. Miss Rowena, welcome back to you. Alicia J, great to see you back in here again. Thank you to my blue crew for all you do. Great to have you here. The unknown caller, I'll have to catch up with all these two in a minute. GM 5637, welcome back to you. Let me see. Miss Rose, a curious RN's in the house. Good to see you tonight, Miss Rose. Thank you for joining us. Again, guys, please make sure to hit that like button. Subscribe if you have not. Hit the notification bell and share this out to all your friends and neighbors. Even share it out to the neighbor next door if you want to. Let them know. Moonlit Baby's back in the house. Good to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us. Jacqueline Keeley, wonderful to see you again, as always. Miss Tracy, great to see you. Thank you so much for joining us. And, of course, the one and only Dag Burn, Johnny Gobble's Dead Floozy Mama's back in the house tonight. Thank you for joining me. Let's see now. Who do we got? Pappy Man, where you been, bro? Good to see you tonight. Walt Horses is back in the house. Great to have you here, Pappy Man. Always a pleasure, brother. Sarah D. Iris, thank you for joining us. So it looks to me, folks, Rondi Potter, hello and welcome. Tomboy Charm. Kelly Coker, welcome back. Okay, Outcast dropped a super sticker. Thank you, sir. Leslie and Billy dropped a super sticker. Thank you, ma'am and sir. Outcast dropped another super sticker for 99 cents. Appreciate that so very much. Leslie and Billy, what are you guys competing now? Dropped another super sticker for 99 cents. Outcast dropped another one for 99 cents. 99 cents, Leslie and Billy. Outcast drops a $3 super sticker. Leslie and Billy drops the $1.49 super sticker. Come on now. Come on now. I feel like I'm about to do the auctioneer thing. Outcast drops the $1.99 super sticker. And Outcast dropped another 99-cent super sticker. Outcast drops a $5 super sticker or super chat. Dago LFG. I think that's the first one there. Did I catch it? Wait a minute. Hold on. I think I got them all. It does, doesn't it? Raquel, well, hello. And thank you, Outcast, bro. Thank you so much, brother. And he drops another 99-cent, I think. Yep, he did. Super sticker. Right there. And there, I think. And Leslie dropped that one too, I believe. Good God, you guys. You're killing me. Leslie said, stop. I can't no more. You guys are nuts. This is great. Thank you so much. From the bottom of my heart, guys, we never expect this kind of stuff, but I want you to know how much it means and how much we appreciate it here at this channel. You guys are amazing. Again, Outcast, guys, mods, please put his link in here again, if you will. Up, and he drops one more. Boom, boom, boom. 99-cent. Thank you so much, bro. We've been sharing the link left and right for you guys to make sure to subscribe to Outcast channel if you have not done it. I talked about it this morning in the morning show. Please and thank you, if you will. I mean, you guys are going to love it. He puts on a great show. There's an amazing crowd of people over there. His crew is amazing. I'm just telling you, it's an awesome channel. I love hanging out in there when I'm not in here. So please go check it out. You will not be disappointed. So let's drop that link in here, guys, if we can. And here we go with another one. Super sticker. And Leslie and Billy coming right behind it once again. Thank you both. God bless. Appreciate you both very much. You have no idea. There's Outcast link right there, guys. Please check it out. I'm promising you, you will be grateful for it. Larry McWilliam, welcome. Good to see you. Appreciate it so very much. And he dropped another one. Thank you again, bro. Good God almighty, sir. I didn't know you could do the 99-cent thing. Can you do that? I've never seen that availability when I do it. Also, guys, because we do have some very generous people in this community. Thank you again, bro. I appreciate you very much. And we got a train going here. Woo woo. Chugga, chugga, chugga. Thank you for that super sticker, Tomboy. God bless. Appreciate you very much. All right, bro. Hope you do come back. Come on back. Much love to you too, brother. Be safe out there. Whatever you're doing, hope to see you again soon. Absolutely. Thank you, Tomboy. And thank you to all of you for supporting the channel the way you do. God bless. We appreciate you very much. Again, this is nothing we ever expect, but it is very, very much well appreciated. It helps me to run the channel more than you know. So thank you very much. I happened to glance up when I was looking. I'm like, what the hell? Red, blue, red, blue, red, blue. You guys are having a blast over here. Thank you both so very much. Uh-oh. SRB's dropping a super chat too. $9.99. Y'all break my thank you button. There you go. There you go. You guys are awesome. Guys, please make sure the bottom of the chat down there's a little dollar signs wrapped up inside of a square box that allows you to receive memberships. Should you choose to want to be a member of this channel, people give them away all the time, but you have to go in there and make sure that you can receive gifts. Please check that. That way, when it does happen, if it happens, you can receive it. Please and thank you. All right. Come on in, y'all. Come on in. Grab a seat here. We got 76 people in the house, 37 likes. What is going on, y'all? Make that match, guys. Come on, let's get this in the algorithm today. It's going to be well worth it. I'm hoping Eddie will show up. Maybe Jesse. See what we got going on. And you guys had that train a-rolling for sure. I'm grateful to you all. Thank you so much. So very much. Brady B, the OG. 300 laps in the house. Good to see you tonight. Oh, let me see. That was awesome. All of you. Thank you so very much. Much love, bro. Tracy's in the house. If I didn't say it already, good to see you. I was a little confused there for a minute. And again, guys, make sure you're subscribing to Outcast channel if you will. Happy Man dropped the membership. Sarah D. Irish, congratulations. Welcome to the sauce. Thank you, Pappy Man. Good to see you again, brother. And thank you for that. And congrats and welcome, Miss Sarah. Welcome to the sauce. Welcome to the sauce. Forget about it. Much appreciated, bro. Trolling account. Hello, trolling account. Good to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us. What a way to start a show, guys. Wow. 81 peeps in the house, 52 likes. Let's see if we can make that match, guys. All things silver, welcome back. Good to see you. It's been a while. Great to have you here. Miss Cheryl. Hello, or Sherry, I'm sorry. Hello and welcome. Suzanne B., welcome back to you. Great to see you. Appreciate you very much. All right. Let me see here. Come on in. Grab a seat. Get yourself comfortable, please. All right. Combos with Bootsy. Hey, Bootsy, welcome back. Welcome, I should say. I seen Bootsy. We met over at Outcast the other night. Another channel, guys. We're going to be promoting in here. Combos with Bootsy, if we can. Thank you so much, Bootsy, for being here. Appreciate you very much for jumping in the sauce with us. God bless. Much appreciated. Just dropping in to say hello on my way into a doctor's. All right. Well, I hope everything goes well for you, Bootsy, and we'll be here anytime. You're welcome, and you know that. Door's always open. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you, Ro, for that. Kim Young, hello, and welcome. And if we can, please drop Bootsy's link in here, guys. I want to try to help Bootsy get a channel going again. SRB did it right there. Thank you so very much. Appreciate that so much. Go check it out, guys, if you will. Hit the like button over there, subscribe, and hit the notification bell, please. And thank you. Lisa Wilson, great to see you again tonight. If you didn't hear me, thank you for joining us. All right, all right. Come on in, everybody. Grab a seat. 84 peeps in the house. 54 likes. We're getting there, little by little. Just want to make sure we got everybody in here before I get started. Oh, thank you so much for being here, Bootsy, and you are absolutely no worries. Miss Bianca is in the house now. Hey. Hello. Miss Bianca. Oh, wow, Miss Bianca. Yes, Bianca. She does music, guys. She did some amazing thing. I would love to play that song for you. It's an Idaho 4 song that she put together. Like Molly's very talented with the music. Bianca is too. Speaking of talent, Miss Eve A, 22 in the house. Another link I'd like to drop, if we could, please, has put out some really, really good videos in the Idaho stuff, guys. Very interesting. Again, I'm grateful. So another link I want to shout out if we can and get people to support and grow these channels, please. And thank you. We have an amazing community of people that have been following this case, guys. And I want to support each and every one of them in any way that I can, because they're all doing the right thing. Okay. They're putting out the good stuff. They're giving us stuff to look at, to think about, to talk about. And that's important with this case. So please, and thank you. Thank you so much, Alicia. There's the link for Eve's channel, guys. Please go check her out. You won't be disappointed. Once again, I'm telling you, she's been putting out some great videos. Everybody in here can tell you. Tina Gobely, welcome, and thank you for joining us. Thank you, SRB, too. Some great creators in here, guys. Oh, I loved that. Loved it, Eve. It was a great video. It really was. The one I saw the other night, and I went back and checked out some other stuff. You do great stuff. You do. I really appreciate what you do. Keep it up. Keep it up. Thank you so much, Tandy. Come on in, guys. Come on in. Let me check something here, you guys. See what I may have left in here. Bear with me for a minute as we're waiting. 90 peeps in the house, 59 likes. We're getting there. Come on, y'all. Let's get this in an algorithm. Even if you don't, just pretend like you like me for a little while. Please and thank you. A couple hours at the very least. Everybody needs to see and hear the things that we talk about on this case, because it is such a mess. That's why we do it. Yes, Eve does amazing stuff. I agree with you, SRB. Dory's in the house. Welcome, Dory. Good to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us. Yes, Eve's got a great channel. Miss Bianca's very very talented with her music as well. Okay, let me see here. Hang on a minute. I'm trying to catch up on everything. I'm a little. Oh, congratulations, Mr. Lincoln, one of our family children in here. Adorable. That's awesome. Good job, buddy. Good job. That's awesome. Very awesome. Yeah, we're definitely a family channel, folks, within here. Um, our mods and our community. I don't say subscribers. Our community here. We're very close, and we get very close, and we support each other's families and children and everything as well. And so, good job, Link. Proud of you, buddy. Awesome. Thanks for sharing that with me, Cass. Okay, guys, hold on a minute here. I'm trying to make sure. Miss Carolyn Perstosh, good to see you tonight. I bet you did. I would have. You know how I am, Mr. Emotional here. And Stitches back in the house. Good. Good. I got something for you, Stitches. Hold on here. What's going on? Why is this not working? Let me see something here. 89 people. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat, please. Oh, too late, Cass. Too late. Let me see something here. Oh, I don't have too many left in here. Let me see. Welcome, Fox Rooter. Good to see ya. Ginger Hay, welcome back to you. Good to see ya. Let's see. Miss Suzanne B, congrats and welcome to the source. I'm going to get back a little bit myself, you guys. All right, looks like we got Tina Gobelli. Welcome to the sauce. And Suzanne B, again, welcome. Grateful to have you both here. Let me see. Do I have any more in here? Hang on. Let me double check. Maybe. And boom, Cassie just dropped one. All things silver. Congrats. Welcome to the sauce. Let me drop another one in here. Leslie and Billy, welcome back to the sauce. From me to you. Let me see something here. Tony Duong, welcome, my friend. Good to see you. Miss Elizabeth Wagner, welcome back. Great to have you here today. All right, that's what I got for right now. Welcome for all of you guys. Welcome back. Yes, Leslie and Billy, no worries. You know I love you. Welcome back to anybody that is jumping back in the sauce. Welcome to all the new people that's just now jumping into it. Demon Dog, welcome back to you. Let me see. Yes, we got 6 new members already, and it's only been 10 minutes, guys. That's awesome. Very awesome. Thank you, moderators, for handling things. Okay, Cassie, thank you for your membership as well, and SRB, your super chat, and that's coming from my own team, guys. The community loves each other. That's a fact. Come on down, everybody. Come on down. Stuart Jones, welcome back, my friend. Outcast coming in here, slamming things left and right with Leslie and Billy. That's awesome. You guys are amazing. We appreciate that so very much. All right, all right. Let me drop this down here. Okay. Great start for a show. I'll tell you that much. Appreciate you guys so very much. Every one of you. Thank you so much. And anybody that may have donated to the channel via whether PayPal, Cash App, or any of that stuff, Spanmo, thank you so much again. Not appreciate or expected at all, but very much appreciated. Thank you for that as well, guys. Very much appreciated. Joey Agrella, welcome back, brother. Good to see you from Portugal. Welcome, welcome. You guys are welcome to, by the way, drop it in the chat where you guys are tuning in from. I love seeing where everybody's coming from. So you're welcome to do that, guys. It's always fun to check it out. And there again, guys, it's Outcast Link. If you will, check it out. Go check out his channel, guys. He's done some amazing things with the audio from Idaho and breaks it down. And it really opens your eyes to some things that we were wondering, just so you guys know. Doc back in the house today. So go check out his channel, guys. Please and thank you. I do have the link pinned at the top of the chat, like SRB's telling you. And how people joining me up here today as we have this open discussion on regards to the new documents and what we're going to be talking about. Thank you, SRB. Doc, great to see you. Eve's tuning in from Holland. That's awesome. Rowena, South Carolina. Cassie's in Washington State. Thank you, Cass. That's awesome. Awesome. Great to see it. Great to see it. Miss Suzanne dropping a $10 super chat for one of the most kind creators. Well, God bless. Thank you so much for that, dear. That means a lot to me. It really does. I appreciate that. Jeff, what's up? And Jeffrey, good to see you, brother. Hope you're having a good day. Pappy Man coming out of Chicago, Wisconsin tomorrow. I got you. Almost 10 p.m. in Portugal, Joey said. Alicia J, of course, is in Michigan, my upstairs neighbor. We all know that, yes. There again is the link for Eve's channel, guys. Go check it out if you will, please, and thank you. Tina Goldbelly's coming out of Minnesota. Minnesota, that's how you say it. The way I like to say it, at least. I love it. Minnesota. Angela, thank you for joining us. Good to see you tonight. Come on in. Is Miss Terry in the house? There she is. Welcome, Miss Terry Martin. Good to see you tonight. Again, thank you so much, Suzanne B, for the super chat. Much appreciated. Yes, this support means everything to us. Love the new perp filing has been sealed. That's what I was thinking too, Angela. We were talking about that before he came in here. Of course, Tomboy tuning in from the depths of hell, as I call it, in Texas. Yay. Pappy, it's great to see you, brother. It's been a minute. I hope you're doing well. We missed you, sir. Miss Elizabeth said this case is beyond disturbing. Literally having dreams about it. Wish justice will be. I am agreed. Amen to that, Elizabeth. Come on in, guys. 105 peeps in the house with 72 likes. We can do a little better, guys. We only need just a few more to get this in the algorithm, and we will be floating like we need to be. Just a minute here, folks, and I'm gonna. Something went wrong. What happened over here? Why did something go wrong? What is going on? What the heck? Hang on a minute here. 1 minute. What's going on over here that the chat won't show up now? Can you guys still see me? What is up with this? Hang on, guys. Okay, there we go. Sorry, YouTube had a little glitch going on. I thought we were about to be. Yeah, I was gonna get mad. El Bariqua, hello and welcome. August 11th is the trial date, guys. For those of you that weren't familiar. Come on in. Come on in. Grab a seat. Oh yes, ma'am. Northeast Ohio is where I am from. Good to know, Miss Suzanne. Good to know. Miss Mama Bear's in Indiana as well as Miss Zelda. So they're your neighbors, even closer. All right, guys. All right. I'm going to get these things pulled up. I'm just going to give it about 2 more minutes for everybody to jump in here. I'm going to go grab my coffee and I'll be right back. Oh, Miss Terry is here already. Hold on a minute. Hello. Welcome, Miss Terry. How are you? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Hello?
All right. There we are. There we are. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Give me a minute to go grab my coffee. You can hold the show, Terry. I'll be right back.
Okay. What would you like me to hold the show with?
Whatever your
Okay.
heart desires, there.
I have something. How was everybody's Memorial Day weekend? Anybody? Well, mine was good. Kind of boring and lame. Hi, Joey. Um, yeah, we went on a hike yesterday. If anybody's familiar with Ohio, Quail Hollow Park. Yeah, wet and gloomy is right. It's pouring right now. It was really pretty yesterday, actually, over here. I don't know what happened. So, did anybody barbecue? And Stitches, you're in Ohio too. Where are
All
you?
right, we're back. Thank you, Terry.
I did great. I think. I don't
You
really.
did fine. I can hear you. You did wonderful. You did fine. Come on in, everybody. Join us, if you will. Jump in here. Hit the like button, if you will. Share it out and make sure let everybody know what we're doing. So we do have some documents, guys. There's nothing super exciting. There's a couple that are interesting to me, but we're gonna also jump back a little bit into the case at the beginning per request. I've had actually a few people requested the same thing, so I thought, okay, why not? We're gonna go back. People wanted to look back at the Banfield situation and everything surrounding that. So we're gonna look back at that at some point and some other things and talk about that as well. Guernsey, welcome, Stitches. Before we do that, because I missed it Monday. Monday was Stitch's birthday, so we're gonna, as we do here always, real quick, everybody. One minute. Hold on, guys. Oh, I'm so sorry, Pap. My apologies, brother. I hope you're doing all right. Give me 1 minute here.
Sorry to hear that, Pappy. Happy belated birthday, Stitches. Hey, Thomas.
Welcome, Miss Charlotte. Good to see you tonight. All right, Stitches, this is for you. Little comedy involved, but I hope you had a great day Monday and an amazing, amazing birthday. Hopefully, you have an amazing year as well. We do this for everybody that we know it's a birthday in here. You're not going to be any different. It may be a little bit late. My apologies on that, but I hope you have an amazing year as well, leading up to next year and we can do this again. Moonlit, but I just now saw you, dear. Just now. Hello.
Hi,
Good to
Moonlit.
see you. Sorry for that. Great to have you here. All right, let's check it out, folks.
Hey,
Hey,
Outcast.
Welcome back, Outcast. Thank you. That's awesome, Stitches.
happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you.
There you go, Stitches. And of course, everybody gets a cake in here. Like I said, hold on. One second here, everyone. 1 second. Like I said, it ain't the greatest cake. My food stamps are low this month, but hey, it is what it is. It's the thought, right? Hold on. Here you go. Y'all, you get a cake over here for sure. No worries, Charlotte.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Birthday to you.
Oh,
There
those
you
look
go.
like, remember those Pez dispensers?
That's what they look like, don't they?
Yeah.
So yeah, I collect those actually. I have a bunch of them. From back in the day. Yeah, Pappy, I'm sorry, brother. I hope you're having a better time. It's great to have you back, but my deepest condolences, bro. And again, um, Stitches, I hope you had a great birthday, and I hope you have an amazing year, and we can do this again, same time, same place next year. You're absolutely welcome, Stitches. That's for everybody. As long as I know it's your birthday, you're gonna get that from me because everybody needs to be celebrated in every way that they can be, in my opinion. So, all right. How are you, Terry? How's things been going for you?
Good. Tired of this
Good.
weather. I'll tell you that
Yeah,
much.
you're not lying. Nothing but I feel like we live in Seattle. I'm telling you.
I know.
For those of you that didn't know, Terry's like my neighbor. Basically, she's right down the road from me. Said that our weather's identical. Period.
Mhm.
We have the same exact weather. It's crazy. Mama Bear has it, and so does Mrs. Alicia at times too. So, and of course SRB because she's in the other corner of the state that we live in. Actually, Stitches lives just a little bit north from me, Terry. So there's quite a few of us in here.
I know. I can't get over how many Ohio people.
Agreed. Well, that's because our state is so boring. We have nothing else to do. So, Well, I didn't know that, Miss Angela. You wasn't in here. You got to tell me about it, guys. A lot of people hide it from me because they don't want me to do that. But you won't get away with it long if I figure it out. Thank you, bro. Well, happy belated birthday to you, Miss Angela. I hope you had a wonderful day. That's way belated. I had no idea. I wish somebody would tell me these things. Yeah, in the southern part. I'm sorry, I had you backwards. I had it backwards. My apologies. Yeah, Stitches is south of us, I believe, Terry, and then SRB is west of us. So, congrats, Miss Lily. Happy Digoversary. 16 months. That is awesome. Great to have you here, Lily. I hope you're doing good, and I appreciate you being here so long. Very much. But there's a lot of people from Ohio in here. Very true. Phenom, my mom, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Nippa. Let's see here. Wait, did I miss somebody up here? Nope, I got Rowena. Outcast hopped back in, said happy birthday. Thank you, bro. Cassie was born here, of course, since her mother lives here, which is SRB. I tried to get out once, and I'm stuck back here again. So be it. All right, guys. Looks like we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 brand new documents. A lot of them are just ceilings and things like that. Oh, I'm not a Buckeye. Not a Buckeye at all. Roll Tide, roll Tide. I may live here, but I'm not a Buckeye. Ask SRB.
I'm a Mizzou Tiger.
OH, goodbye. I don't do that stuff. I hate Ohio State. Sorry, guys. I just don't do it. Don't do it. Roll Tide. Bama, Bama, all the way. All right, guys. 114 peeps in the house. Please make sure to hit that like button. Cat K, welcome back. Good to see you. Thank you. What do we say in this house, hon? About Ohio State?
Roll Tide.
What's that again?
Roll Tide.
See? Yeah. No, actually, they're in the chat saying RMFT. Roll mother Tide. There you go. Miss Melissa, sweet Melissa, good to see you. From PA, my husband is a Buckeye. Oh, yep, I was born and raised. I'm a Browns fan. Don't get me wrong. I love my Browns. Diehard Browns fan, but I can't do Ohio State. I'm sorry. There you go, Miss Suzanne. Roll Tide. That's right. Love Bama. Bama, Bama. You said what, Terry? You're Mizzou?
Yeah, I'm a Chiefs and a University of Missouri Mizzou.
There you go. There you go. Pap says I was in Ohio last weekend. Remind me to Oh, Springfield. And not the place they were saying they were eating the cats at. Pap was in Springfield. I thought they were in it. Isn't that right, Terry?
That's what I thought.
Yeah, that's crazy bullshit. It ended up being. There was one person that happened, and she was on something, and yeah, that's nuts. Lincoln just said, yes, I'm a little crazy, Lincoln. It's all right, buddy. Yes, Eve, you do amazing videos. Appreciate that very much. Everything you guys have been putting out, great stuff. It's great to see that this community has grown, okay? And there's other channels that have started doing these things. And I'm grateful to see them all. You guys are doing amazing. Oh, no. This woman just did it, Suzanne. Like, there was some projects they were in. And she did it. Just right there. Hair and all. It was crazy. 100. He said, yep, 100%. Good. Well, it's all bullshit, though. So it was what it was. Sweet Melissa's husband was born and raised in Ohio. Awesome. Yeah, there's a lot of us on YouTube that are from Ohio. Lana's from Ohio. She's near Columbus. Lana is. I think it is. Yeah, Stitches. I'm pretty sure it's close to Dayton. Miss Brandy B in here. She's from Ohio. A lot of people from Ohio on YouTube that I've seen. Demon, no. Kitty Fine Rice, nope. Kent Kearney, good to see you, bro. Check out October 14th, 1960s, light pull out cover of the Cleveland Browns versus Green Bay, Mud, Blood, Guts. Oh, yeah, I've seen that. My biological father had that, yes. Thank you, Kent. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. They do eat a lot of crazy meat. That's a fact. Michigan. Nope, she's from Ohio. She's up near Columbus. Dory's in Michigan with Miss Alicia. 45 minutes. I'm about 4 or 5 hours north of Columbus. Okay. Awesome, Pap. Are you originally from Ohio, Pappy? Yes, of course, SRB's in the Ohio zone too. Oh, okay. I know where Martins Ferry's at, Melissa. That's awesome. It's a nice area, actually. You ever been there, Terry? Martins Ferry?
No. I think there's other people though in these chats that are. I think there's somebody else that's in Martins Ferry.
I've seen it before, yeah. All right, y'all. Des Moines, Phenomena Mom from Iowa.
I was born in Texas, Seahawks fan in Denton.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a hell of a weather change, isn't it, Terry?
Yeah. Well, I grew up in Missouri.
Even there too, yeah. But Texas is like the depths of hell. I could never live in Texas. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I don't like that heat. Rose said Tennessee, mostly South Carolina. That's awesome. Chicago Birds, brother. Oh, okay. You're a Windy City, bro. Gotcha.
Pappy Man, where's your brother live? Or my brother followed.
Columbus, I thought he said, Terry.
What? No, he said, I'm from Chicago Burks. My brother followed work.
Nika in Chicago. Up earlier, he said, where's it at?
Where in what burbs in the Chicago? My brother lives in Chicago too. He lives in Shauna, something like that. SH something. I can't remember.
Gotcha.
They have like a mall there.
I've heard about that place, Suzanne. The El Dorado Inn. I'm about 45 minutes south of Cleveland, and Terry's just a little bit past me. So, yeah, he's from Columbus. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yes, the bugs in Texas are monstrous. Same with Florida bugs. Cockroaches in Florida almost made me move from Florida when I lived down there. They were about as big as a small dog. That's insane. He said Schaumburg. Is that right, Terry?
Yes. Yes.
There you go. Texas isn't bad. You're insane, Demon. Unless you want to melt. All right, guys. See? We're from all over the place. We got people from South Africa, Thailand. I wonder where Jesse's at. All over the world, actually. I was very, very, very interesting to see that one day. Jeez, that's crazy, Suzanne. Oh, see? Making connections. 20 miles. That's awesome, Kat.
Hey, Poppy, has that mall starting to kind of get smaller because of everything going online?
I know where Brook Park's at. Brook Park's pretty close to Cleveland. Hey, musical Contessa. Good to see you. Okay, see? We're all close in some aspect, per se. Love it. All right, guys. Let's see what we got here. Get this part moving, and then we'll go from there. Yeah. That's why I thought Brook Park was a suburb of Cleveland. I love one thing I love about Cleveland is Little Italy. It's the best place in Cleveland, in my opinion. The food is amazing. Pappy said, no, the mall is huge and it's probably not going away.
Wow. I hope not. I love going to malls.
Mm-hmm. I used to. I don't like all the people anymore. It's too crowded sometimes.
I mean, how boring is it to sit there and order online?
Yeah, it's nice to be able to go look at stuff. I agree.
I love the smells too.
Should have a Midwest Idaho pork on. There you go. There you go. Yeah, the smells of like the pretzel places and all that stuff. I agree.
Yeah, like your Bath and Body Work. I mean, it just has all that accumulation of wonderful.
We're losing our mall here. They're shutting it down and turning it into the Eastwood Mall. They're turning it into a Aurora Farms, an outlet place, and they're just gonna have a few stores inside of it. And I'm like, what a waste! That's insane. I think Southern Park's still gonna be open in Youngstown, though.
Have you been to Lodi lately?
Lodi? No.
Oh my gosh, that outdoor mall! There's nothing there.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
No, I haven't been out there in a long time. Long time. Pappy said the cops have to direct traffic in and out of there. Gotcha. So the first question, Jacob likes to drop some really good questions in here for us about Idaho. It says, do we know if the lights were on in the house? Because if they were, On how did she supposedly BK and Xana on the floor, especially if she was running? How could I brought that same exact question up myself, and we don't know, Jacob, if there were lights on or not. It's a good question though, because that was the same thing I said, Jacob, a while back, and I was quite interested to know that. Thank you, Jessica, again for dropping his link in here.
You know, we've seen different. Okay, I've seen where the lights go out. You know, they turn off.
Yeah.
All the lights. And then I've heard that just the American, or the good vibes light and the twinkle lights on the deck were on. Who knows? I mean, tomorrow.
You're right. I know. Yeah, the good vibes light was on for sure. That stayed on, never went off. But remember that video, Terry? I'm glad you brought that up. But we were watching it from the outside. Somebody was filming, and you could actually see the lights in the house turn off at a certain time.
Right, exactly.
I think it was the Banfield video, which we're going to be looking back at today.
Yeah.
At some point. So maybe we'll see it. But if that's the case, that tells me that the lights seem to have been off. Okay, so there's an answer to that question. Thank you for bringing that up. That's a pretty good point there. So this here, guys, is one of the first documents of the new ones, the notice of compliance. Okay, and again, as always, comes now, State of Idaho, brought through the Latah County Prosecuting Attorney, and hereby provides notice that the state has filed a log spreadsheet identifying which defense exhibits the state is objecting to, and the basis of the objection, and those to which are no objections. All pursuant to the court's October 8th of 2024 unredacted sealed order governing further criminal proceedings and notice of trial setting. The parties met on May 8th to determine objections to the exhibits. The state inquired regarding the relevance of several defense exhibits and was unable to obtain a response from the defense. So that's basically what this is this came from the state, okay, and it's objecting to the I hate the way they write these sometimes. The unredacted sealed order governing further criminal proceedings and notice of trial setting. So this is something that's not really going to be effective for us to be getting into too much. Just saying. It says also the state inquired regarding the relevance. So this is the relevance of certain exhibits that the defense is going to be bringing forth. Is it relevant to the trial? Okay. Was unable to obtain a response from the defense counsel. Consequently, the state has noted relevance objections to those exhibits. In addition, the state is unclear which exhibits will be relied upon at the guilt phase versus the penalty phase. The state has noted objections to the exhibits being offered in the guilt phase. The state reserves the right to object to any of the listed exhibits if the exhibits are offered for another purpose than what was previously discussed with defense counsel on May 8th. So this is the state basically saying that we don't think that they need these exhibits in trial. So we shall see. That's all that is really. 1 minute here. And let me scroll back up here. Okay, the next document is okay, this is a little bit different. Some of these are going to be nothing for us. There's nothing we're going to be able to do. We can talk about them if need be, but not much to talk about with most of them. So this one, excuse me. Welcome, Donna. Good to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us. The notice of compliance, again, this is in response to the court's document and records hold order dated May 15th of 2025. The state has lodged with the court. Okay, so this is the hold order. If you guys remember the whole thing about the leak that happened that Hitler put out, that's what this is in relation to right here. Dated May 15th of 25, the state has lodged with the court for in-camera review an ex parte letter with attached exhibits. The state has provided the court with documentation of distribution and receipt of the court's order to involved agencies as ordered. So this is them complying with what Hitler said. You're going to give, you got 7 days to show me and provide to me, and it's saying it's in camera review. Who did this? Basically, who you think or who the leaks were. Now, this is interesting. You know what, Tomboy, with that question you asked me about the ex parte thing, that's what this is, I'll bet you right here. That makes sense. That makes sense. So it says that the states provided the court with documentation of distribution and receipt of the court's order to involved agencies as ordered. So I want to know who it was. The state is lodged with the court for in-camera review and ex parte letter with attached exhibits. So it's a letter that's been handed over ex parte, filed ex parte, I'm sorry. And it's got the receipt with documentation, distribution, status provided with the attached exhibits on it. So that's okay. That makes sense now. It's not who's responsible for the leak. It's who they have worked with during the case. Well, yeah, but they wanted to know. He wanted to know when he said that who on the prosecution side, basically who was he believes law enforcement that was involved in this, I guess. If I didn't say that, maybe I didn't say that right. Maybe that's what Alicia was saying. Okay. But yeah, that's what that's all about. So I'm curious to see what this says on it, truly. Because, and here's the thing, is there's another document that Domboy and I, we were talking about it in the Discord a while back, earlier today, and there's one of the documents that the state's asking for the defense's ex parte filing. So I'm wondering if it's the same thing. So we'll see what comes from that, guys, because there's going to have to be something else documented from this. It is slightly confusing, Tomboy. All these documents can be. Any thoughts on this, Terry, at all?
Not. Hold on.
I'm sorry. You cut out. If not, no worries. I was just curious.
Okay. Hear me out.
Yeah.
Can you kind of explain what that don't?
Okay, so we did this earlier too. Alicia, do you have that exact definition? I can throw it up here, but she had pulled it up for us earlier. In relation to the court system, the way it relates to it, what it means. She's got an echo. Terry has an echo. Okay. You might have to turn down the background. They said you're echoing really bad, Terry.
Okay. Let me drop down.
Okay. No worries, Suzanne. We'll be here. Why was there no sound of Murphy barking as people run around during the 911 call? That's a good question, Fox. Damn. That's a really good question. Where was Murphy at that point? Interesting. Very interesting. We should have heard him all over the place. Thank you, Alicia. We should have heard him all through that call, in my opinion. I do agree. Very interesting. Wow. Huh. Great point. Phenomena Mom says because he was picked up by Jack. Hunter's Moon. Hello. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Thank you again, Alicia. Appreciate that, dear. Tony says they was never in the house. Bethany and Dylan don't mention him barking either in their text messages. Very good point, too. You guys are quick. I love this. Very interesting. All right. If Eve says if all the doors were open based on the court docs, yes, that's true. And Murphy was found on Kaylee's bed. Why was there no blood on him at all? 0. Good point, too. All of these things are amazing points, guys. Yeah, the 100% Elizabeth. I wish they could put Murphy on the stand. He would tell everything that happened, in my opinion. There is a photo of Jack by garbage pile with Murphy. Yeah, I remember that put on my mom. I remember seeing that. Very much so. Okay, let me see something here. Just to let me do this. It might not. Okay, hold on. An ex parte filing is a legal context means in a legal context means a request or application to a court made by one party without notice to the other party or parties involved. It's typically used in urgent situations where immediate action is needed to prevent harm or injustice. Thank you, Alicia. There's the answer to that one. Thank you, Serbia. And guys, please go check out Eve 22's channel, please, and thank you. I appreciate it very much. Welcome, Matt. Good to see you, brother. Thank you for joining us. Yeah. Is that what Pavarotti did? That would make some sense. He makes some good points lately, guys. He really does. And all dog owners, lovers know the difference between the regular bark and yes, absolutely, Sherry. The barking that we did hear in the one audio, you can tell that Murphy is barking because he's upset. It's not because he's just barking. There's a tone to it. You know it, 100%. So, now this next document is interesting to me. A little bit interesting, I'll say. Let's see. Good point, Hunter. Good point, Hunter's Moon. Moonlit, I'm so sorry, by the way, that I didn't see you to be able to say something to you until too late. I apologize. Raquel, in the PCA, didn't officers say that Murphy was in Kaylee's bedroom with the door closed? In the very beginning, yes, that is exactly what we were told, Raquel. You are right. And then Ann says all doors were open, so where was the dog when Hunter arrived? That's a great question. And why wouldn't we hear him barking through the 911 call either? Again, great stuff, folks. Great stuff. Tony says we need to see the actual CAD reports. Yes, sir, we do. 100%. There is a CAD transcript that goes through all 911 calls. Every call that I ever went on as a first responder, there is a transcript of that call. Okay, that way they can read through it if there's any problems. There should be one for that too. I would love to see that. 100%. And great point, Tony. I appreciate that, bro. Very much so. Great thought. I wish we could FOIA that. That would be awesome. And it should be public knowledge, but I bet you it's not in this case. Miss Paula, thank you, and it's great to have you here. Yes, I did, Seahawks. You know better than that, Tandy. Sometimes this chat rolls and I don't see everybody. All right, so this next document. Let me see here. Eve just said, hey, Peaky, good to see you. This case keeps flipping 180 again and again. We need to know the coroner's time of death. We still don't have it, and that wouldn't damage the case in any way. I don't think it would. Absolutely not. None of the stuff that has been kept secret in some senses would damage it at all, Eve. So we should have a lot more information than we do. Welcome back, Miss Terry. You okay? Can you hear me, Terry?
Yes. Am I okay?
Yeah, you sound good. Absolutely. I'm so sorry, Moonlight. I don't like to do that. I just didn't see you until it was after the fact. So me, myself, and I is in the house. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Says I don't understand. The dog was in a locked room. That's what we were told in the beginning, but obviously not because all the doors were open. You still have an echo, they said. Do you have anything turned up in the background, Sherry? Or you know what, Terry? Go down here. Hold on. I know how to fix this probably. At the bottom of your screen, it's going to have a little bar that says mute, stop, settings, stop screen, present, invite.
Yeah.
Okay, go into settings.
Okay.
Go into the audio setting in there.
Okay.
In there, it'll say echo cancellation with a little box. Is it checked or unchecked?
Checked.
Uncheck it. All right, now everybody tell me, go ahead and talk for a minute and tell me what she sounds like, guys.
Is that better? Is that better?
I don't know. Let me see. You sound okay to me, but not them. Let me check mine too. All right, how do we sound, guys? No? You have to have something turned on somewhere else then, Terry. I don't know. That's weird. Doesn't make sense. Hold on. All right.
I do. Hold on.
I fixed mine, you guys. You'll have to recheck that box, by the way, Terry.
Okay. Better.
Did you recheck the cancellation thing? Make sure it's checked in the box now. Welcome, DW. And nope. Mama D, good to see you. Welcome back. Captain Jenks, good to see you. Awesome town, Matt. Matt says I can hear Dago in her audio. She has YouTube sounds like. Yeah, you might have it turned on somewhere. What do you want, a phone or a computer?
I'm on a computer. I don't know why it's doing it.
How close are your speakers to your microphone?
I'm just on my. I don't have my ears in my.
Do you have headphones on?
No. Should I try it?
Yeah, if you have headphones, try plugging those in and see what happens.
Okay.
Sometimes what happens is it'll reverberate through it and it'll come back through. Technical issues. We have them all the time. We'll get it fixed. No worries. Thank you. I knew what mine was. Thank you guys for letting me know. So this is the motion to permit mitigation witnesses to watch the trial. Okay. Let me know when you're ready and we'll test you out again, Terry.
Okay. Is it better?
I don't know, guys. Is it any better?
I don't think so.
Did you put headphones in?
Yeah.
Nope, they're saying no. You're echoing really bad for some reason.
All right. Yeah. Nice knowing you.
Okay. I don't know. That's weird. Very weird. Let me try that. That's strange. Weird. Okay. Pull that off my screen. Okay. She dropped down. I don't know what's up with it, guys. It's weird. Everything she says times 2. Right. That's bad. Okay. Oh, shit. I talked. Did I take that down? I did. There we go. Well, I'm sorry, Terry. I don't know what's going on with it. Hello, welcome. Yeah, it happened the other day. It was weird. I don't understand why. Well, all right, on we go. Anybody else wants to try? The link is pinned at the top of the chat. So this one again says that hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
How does this sound?
Can you hear me?
I hear you. Yeah, you sound great. How does Tomboy sound? I hate these technical issues.
Hello.
You're echoing too. Why is this happening?
I wonder if it's StreamYard then.
How about now? Is she echoing now? Say something.
Because I don't even have my YouTube on.
Say something.
Is it still echoing?
No echo. It seems to be when I pull something up on the screen. That's weird. Anyway. It's clear now. Okay, let's see what happens then. Let me try it again. Oh, wait a minute. You know what? Okay, how about now, guys?
How about now? Can you hear me now?
I hear you. Is there an echo now or no? Echo now. Jesus Christ. Why is this a problem? This has never been a problem before. Go to my settings. I did, Matt. I don't understand what it is, though, because I reduce stereo audio. Let me check one more setting. Hold on. It might not be in my StreamYard. It might be in my background because I turned everything up in the background. Hold on a minute.
So it could be a picnic problem.
What does that mean?
Problem in chair, not in computer.
Set up.
The abuse we have to deal with.
All right, let's see what happens when I do this now.
Okay.
All right, how does it sound? Start saying something.
Does it sound better?
How about now, y'all?
He did. It's pulled up
We're
on the
good.
screen.
We're good now? Okay, we're good. Thank God. I don't know what. That's so stupid. It makes no sense. Don't touch nothing. I had to go. I went in the background and fixed turned down settings in my Google and changed things. So whatever. We're fixed. We're good. That's all matters. Anyway. Here we go. There you go. No touch, no button. No mo. All right. Thank you for being here with me, Tomboy. I appreciate it. Yvonne, welcome. Good to see you.
No problem. Just driving down the road.
Cool. Be careful.
I am.
Through his attorneys, a record and hereby moves this honorable court to amend its exclusion order, in this case to permit mitigation phase witnesses to watch the trial. This motion is based on the fact that the evidentiary rules do not apply to the mitigation phase, as this court has previously ruled. Additionally, the purpose of this exclusion of witnesses rule does not apply to the mitigation phase. Rule 615 of the Idaho Rules of Evidence governs exclusion of witnesses. It reads, at a party's request, the court may order witnesses excluded so they cannot hear other witnesses' testimony, which is basically what they were talking about with Brian's family and as to why they wanted them.
Mitigation has to do with the mitigation has to do with the penalty phase, though, not the criminal part.
Right. So I'm just to explain it as to why they were what they're saying here. Welcome back, Woods. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Tina says echo too, but keep talking. Keep talking. Okay, you might have to go out and come back in, Tina. Backwoods says, looks like the judge hasn't made a decision on whether to move forward with the trial since mitigation only comes into play. Found guilty. I'm wondering if he's keeping death penalty and denying the continuance. That's a good point, Backwoods. Do we sound good, Tina? Okay. Good point, Backwoods. Good point. Because I said myself that after what happened with the leaks, that would be a good reason for and a motion to have the death penalty pulled. I haven't seen it yet, so we'll see. On we go. So, and again, it says additionally, the purpose of the exclusion of witnesses witnesses rule does not apply to the mitigation phase. Welcome back, Terry. See if it works now since I fixed the thing in the background. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Terry?
Hello, Terry.
Terry.
Terry. Terry.
Terry. Okay. So catch up. So Rule 615, like I said, of the Idaho Rules of Evidence governs the exclusion of witnesses. It reads, at a party's request, the court may order witnesses excluded so that they cannot hear other witnesses' testimony, or the court may do so on its own. The purpose of IRE 615 is to allow courts to prevent witnesses from shaping their testimony to conform to or to rebut the prior testimony of other witnesses. And that refers to State versus Huntsman, 146 Idaho 580-89 and 2008. The vital importance of sequestering witnesses is recognized as a foundational element of due process in American jurisprudence. The United States Supreme Court observed that this practice, which goes back to our inheritance of the common Germanic law, serves two purposes. It exercises a restraint on witnesses tailoring their testimony to that of earlier witnesses, and it aids in detecting testimony that is less than candid. Getters versus United States, 425 U.S. Welcome, Samira. Good to see you tonight. The mitigation phase. The witnesses are not true fact witnesses, as in the guilt phase. They are not intended to provide accounts of events that are disputed. Thus, the concern for tailoring their testimony does not exist. Did we have a Dagoversary in here with Lily? Did I miss it? No, I thought I got that one. Either way, if I did, happy Dagoversary, Miss Lily, and God bless. Yeah, I did. Thank you so much for being here with us. Niles Buckman, welcome, my friend. Good to see you. So, in the mitigation phase, okay, I'd read that already. It does not exist. While it is unclear that the mitigation witnesses will want to watch any part of the trial, there is no reason to penalize them if they do. This court is therefore requested to amend its earlier exclusion related orders to permit them to watch the trial. Mr. J wrote that one. Jay Logston, folks, he's my favorite on the team next to Ann, of course. I love Ann, but Jay is my second favorite.
You just like Jay Loxton for his writing ability.
Yes, I do. I love Jay's writing abilities. Any comments on this, Tomboy or Terry? Thoughts, feelings, opinions, anything?
No, I knew that it was about the penalty phase, not the criminal phase.
Right. So what do you think that's going to change, if anything, within this? You know, if it does at all?
Nothing there. I don't think it'll change. I don't see why they can't be in there if they're not fact finding witnesses.
Agreed. Yeah, I agree with that too. Can you hear me, Terry?
They're just like.
Go ahead, Tomboy.
They're like character witnesses.
Yeah. Yep, definitely written by Mr. Logston. His writing is very interesting. It always has been. Okay, no problem, Tina. Thank you. I don't know why we can't hear Terry, but okay. No big deal. We'll figure it out. Always these technical issues. Thank you, SRB. So there's that one there, guys. And I'm sure that, you know, we'll see how that pans out as it happens. Where was I at? Next one is the state supplemental notice of compliance. And this just shows, goes back to that whole records hold scenario. Are you sewing, Tomboy, or you said you were driving? You're driving. I hear you driving now. I heard the turn signal.
I went across the hoopty bumps.
Gotcha. So it says this again. It relates to the Latah County prosecuting attorney hereby provides notice that in further response to the court's document and records hold order dated May 15th, the state has lodged with the court for in-camera view a supplemental ex parte letter dated May 23rd of 25. Okay, so do you see Did you hear me when I said that this might be related to what you asked earlier about the ex parte filing? Karen, welcome, dear. I'm sorry. I have my volume turned up pretty high. Did you do it? Remember when you asked that earlier, Tomboy? You're breaking up really bad. You must be in a bad spot. But that's what I think this is about now. That question you asked. You must be in a bad spot.
What do you think it's about?
Remember when you asked what that ex parte filing? That's what this is stated. So maybe that's what this is. That's what that was that you were talking about.
Yeah, it is. I just want to know what it has to do with. When did they have an ex parte?
They had that
meeting
hearing.
Or
they had
the private hearing. The ex parte is when they go in front of the judge without the other present.
Right. But this is an ex parte filing, which is a little bit different. Again, the for those of you that didn't hear it, they
file it without the other one knowing.
Yeah, it's the same type thing, but it's a filing instead. But it's interesting because it's typically used in an urgent situation where immediate action is needed to prevent harm or justice. So apply that to this situation. Or injustice, not justice. Harm or injustice. So it has to be in relation, I'm thinking, to the leaks as to why they did it, why it's an emergency situation per se. To shut it down.
Oh yeah, I agree. It could be about the leaks. Yes,
You're just wanting to know what, like in detail per se, which I'm sure we all want to know what we want.
Yeah, you can't just flip out that word ex parte filing and not have any background on it. That just irritates me.
Maybe it'll come out a little bit down the road because they're saying they don't want nothing. He's saying Hitler said he doesn't want nothing hidden or sealed or anything, but we see how well that's holding up. You know what I mean?
What, I think we have 9 sealed documents in the last week.
Yeah, most of the documents that I'm going to go through are going to be something that's not to talk about. They're all sealings. So the next one up actually is motion to seal.
Although I do think it makes sense about them sealing the alternate suspects. So, the internet doesn't go wacko on somebody.
Oh, it's going to go insane. Because if they put their names out there, oh my God, can you imagine what would happen?
Yeah.
Right. And I can agree with that. Well, I don't believe they're going to pull the death penalty on this. I just don't, no matter what. So they're going to have to come up with something else, in my opinion, this is why I feel like there's a chance that the trial might be continued, as much as I think they don't want to. Hey, Super Goat, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. But yeah, I agree in a sense that they're not going to pull the death penalty because of that. And me, myself, and I. Sanctions, right, Tony? Right. Hey, Chris and Chris, good to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us. So this one here is the motion to seal the defendant's evidence in support of the offer of proof, the alternate perpetrators and exhibit. That is definitely guaranteed to be sealed, and it should be, okay? Because like she just said, and I agree, this would turn into a holy hell mess if they had these names out floating around like this, okay? And the foundation with it.
Okay, hold on. To me, that says that the judge agreed with their alternate suspects, that it wasn't, that he's okay with what they came up with this time.
Well, here's the thing, though. That's what I was getting ready to ask you guys, if that's what you thought, because it says, this is the motion first. This is the motion. This is the defense is doing this, okay? By the way, for those of you who don't get this, moves for the court for an order to seal the defendant's evidence in support of the offer of proof, basically showing the foundation about the alternate perpetrators. So they sealed that. This is they're not sealing it yet, but this is the motion to seal it from the defense. The defense doesn't want that out there, which I can agree it's not supposed to be. And the supporting exhibits that go along with the alternate perpetrators. Now, of course, that's going to be sealed. Okay. Now, that's the motion, though. That's not the order for it. So I'm hoping that that's probably in here, too. And it says, where'd it go? Motion to seal defendant's evidence. Motion to seal defendant's objection. This one is the motion to seal the objection to the court's request for the defense to submit a redacted copy of the ex parte filing to the state. So this is where this is getting confusing for me, you guys. I'm sorry.
You're correct. This is the one that confused me. If
It
you're
is.
supposed to, if an ex parte is supposed to be kind of like hush hush
Right.
against
Hey,
the
John.
other party, and you know that the defense was in on the ex parte, so why is he making them release it to the state? I don't understand that.
I don't either. That's what I'm not quite getting. Again, this says by and through the attorney and record and hereby moves that the court for an order to seal the objection to the court's request for the defense to submit a redacted copy of the ex parte filing to the state. I don't understand this. I just don't understand this. It's weird. This is where I miss Sherry so much. Wisdom Speaks. She would have known exactly what this is. She was our document person. She worked in the court. She knows. Tell me what this was, Wisdom. God, I miss her. So I don't quite understand what this is. Why? Okay, for lack of better reason, I just don't understand why. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me, but maybe we'll be able to figure it out.
Read that again.
Hold on a minute. 1 second. Sorry. Okay. Hey, Becky. Good to see you. Moves. The defense moves for an order to seal the objection to the court's request for the defense to submit a redacted copy of ex parte filing to the state.
Okay. Here's my thought process. The court ordered the defense to send a copy of that ex parte to the state. The defense is objecting to that, and she wants that order objected.
Right.
Or sealed.
Sealed.
She
Yeah.
wants that objection sealed. Because I think she's probably trying to figure out why you're making me send it to the defense, redacted or not.
Right.
Or I mean to the state. Why are you making me send it to the state, redacted or not? That's why she's objecting to it. So and Tonka she wants that objection sealed.
Okay, right. But Tonka says it appears the defense is sealing the information about the alternate suspects and the state wants to see it. Right. Well, the state has to see it, don't they?
Yeah. This is an ex parte file, the ex parte filing.
That's what I thought, but they can't do that, Angela. That's both sides have to know what's going on. There's no surprise. Here's the people. They have to be able to show. The state has to be able to see what names are thrown out there, as well.
Except in an ex parte, if somebody's in danger or stuff like that, then they don't have to show it to the state. So, and the court said you have to send it to the state, and the defense is like, no, we don't. It's ex parte.
And vice versa. So yeah. So again, based on what it said in the definition, that must mean that someone within the alternate suspect list could feel, or maybe they feel that person may be in danger, which is interesting to me. So there we go. And Tonka said that the Hitler granted the motion. So
I don't know if this ex parte has to do with the alternate suspects. I don't know it doesn't say what it has to do with. I can't even guess.
If it does, I should say. Backwoods just said, honestly, I think Cy Ray's behind this, helping in Idaho. Who can you even trust? Got an alternate suspect? Call a former homicide cop who moonlights as a cell phone wizard. Defense wins either way. I don't know, Backwoods. This is a good point. Welcome, Miss Meg. Good to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us. I don't know. This one's weird. This one has me a little offside, off kilter.
Where to help Miss Annie when you need her?
Yes, I know. It's like the state obviously didn't do their job, and she will bring she's bringing the goodies. Good point, Angela. We'll see. I hope that happens. Oh my God, Virginia, really? Listening while ZD bakes. Jesus, don't even tell me. Don't even tell me I love ZD. Ex parte could be immunity deals. That's a good point, Tony. That's a good one. I like this Tony Duong guy. He's pretty smart. It's great to have you here, bro. But
I did not think of that, and now I revert back to her other death penalty case.
Yeah. No, I might understand, but that's a great point, Tony. Great point, bro. That's why I love this community. You guys had some great brains. I don't know what's going on with it, Terry Hunt. I'm sorry. You're still in chat. I can still read what you're saying here. I don't know what's going on, Hunt. Hopefully we'll get it worked out another time. But that's a interesting theory there, Tony, and I like that a lot. Appreciate you being here, bro. Very good point. Yep. Very good point. See, that's why this community is so awesome. They tell us things that we don't know.
Tandy and I we had a come to Jesus meeting. Now I understand.
Mm-hmm. Little powwow there, yeah. Did you have your little ex parte meeting? Yes.
Yeah.
A party.
We threw a party.
Sounds good. So then there's
Although
the order.
SRB didn't give us any damn cupcakes.
Well, I didn't get none either, so don't feel bad.
Or scotcheroos or nothing.
She never shares her good stuff with us, ever. Keeps it all to herself. That's greedy. Jeez. So this is the order sealing the defendant's evidence in support of the offer of proof. The alternate perpetrators and exhibits. It says the court having before it the motion to seal defendant's evidence in support of the offer of proof, the alternate perpetrators and exhibits in good cause appearing now. Therefore, it is hereby ordered the defendant's evidence in support of offer of proof. So that was sealed. Okay. And he approved.
So
go ahead. Explain that because I'll be right back. I have to grab something.
That is she gave him the information that he requested for the alternate suspect, and he found it okay, so he's going to go ahead and seal it. I can't read chat because I'm driving, so Tandy gonna have to tell me what it says.
All right. Sorry about that. So we understand that then. Okay.
The minute you pulled up that new doc, I started echoing again.
That makes no sense. None. Is Candy close to you? With her phone on?
Yeah.
Your phone down. Phone volume down.
Yes, she is.
Let me see if that makes a difference. That's crazy.
But her volume's all the way down. And apparently I stopped echoing.
Okay, just said we got an echo. I can't figure it out, bro. Your
Yeah,
volume's
you
down.
pulled that document down and I stopped echoing.
Why is that doing that?
Yes, she is.
All right, well, let's try it again. See what happens. Hold on. This is the last document anyway. This is the order sealing the objection.
I wanted to see if I echoed still, or you could hear me.
Only Tomboy. All right, say something, Tomboy.
What do you want me to say? Hello? Hello?
How's it now, folks? How about Terry and Tomboy? Either one of them echoing? Yeah, we're doing that next too, Moonlit. Tomboy actually had that the other night and said it was amazing, Moonlit.
Now you are too.
I'm echoing? No echo, Terry. Okay. No echo. Okay.
Oh, no echo now?
Oh my God, this is insanity. All right. Thanks.
I feel like we're playing 3D chess here.
What's going on? Well, whatever. Anyway, there is idiot channels accusing Ann of leaking info when Keith Moore. Why the hell? That makes no sense. No sense. What's up, Moto Man? Good to see you, brother. Jeff H, thank you for joining us. And Jeff said the echo seems to go away right at the moment where you take down the court document, webpage, or sharing. That's strange. That is insane. Thanks for joining us, Meg. And
before.
Well, I'm about to take it down anyway. So this is just the order sealing the objection as they put the motion for that we talked about. It's hereby ordered that the defendant's objection to the court's request for the defense to submit a redacted copy to the state shall be filed under seal. Boom. Done. Okay. Let's get rid of this. Now, are they all the echoes gone? I hope. Jesus, that was insane.
Hello? 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 Hello?
Yes, SRB is definitely earning her money tonight. Ain't no lie.
Shut up.
She's the knob turner, right? Anyway,
shut up.
This doesn't make any sense. No, it's a joke.
Yeah.
This here would make no sense. Why in the hell would Ann leak any information to Dateline? Because all that's going to do is harass her client. That's insane, and it makes zero sense to me. So yeah, Angela, you're right.
It's just another smear campaign. You know, they couldn't do it through Dateline or mainstream media now, so now they got to go around it. They got to go through it a different way.
Something else, yeah. That's just stupidity. Thank you for catching and throwing that out there, Angela. That's insane. Absolutely nuts.
I'm sorry, but when does Ann have time to go do smear campaigns when she has how many gigs of terabytes to go through?
And she's running 2 death penalty cases. So when? You're right. Dumb, crazy bullshit.
I wouldn't be surprised if it wasn't what's her face. Oh God, I have mental block again. The other one, the one on the other side, Ashley Jennings. Yeah, that one.
Yeah. Smashley. Yes, I can agree. It's insane. This is stupidity. Absolutely stupidity. Ann has ethics and morals. Agreed, Panama Mom. She doesn't need to do that stuff. Virginia said 159 watching. Cheers to anyone having a drink. Amen to that one. Thank you, Virginia. I appreciate that. And guys, please make sure that you're hitting that like button too. Because we got, let me see here. We got 78 likes with 160 some people in here. Come on, y'all. We still ain't hit that algorithm. Let's see if we can make that happen. Please and thank ya. Come on. And again, welcome everybody. Thank you for being here. So we're at that point now. We hit them documents. Again, some of it makes sense, some of it doesn't. Give me 1 second though, because I'm gonna pull this. I'm probably gonna make us echo again, but whatever. We'll figure it out.
Now you just need strobe lights.
Yeah. We can have a disco, folks. Trashley Jennings, yes. 113's up, Dago. Virginia said thank you. All right. Maybe I needed to update it then. All right, let's try something here. Nope. Hey.
Trashley with their Cracker Jacks booster seat.
Yep.
Okay, so who's the guy? The tall, thin, balding guy? Not the new one. Not the.
Not Nye.
You know, so he got shoved back into the back seat.
Yeah.
And what's Bill doing back out in front?
Oh, because they can't seem to run
He's
right.
lead chair.
Boy,
Ashley is second chair.
He hasn't been for the whole trial hearing.
He was lead chair the whole time, but he was kind of letting Ashley take over. And
He delegates.
Yeah.
Or he throws you under the bus when he pushes you out when he doesn't have an answer.
Okay,
Because if an argument's going to look stupid, why not let it fall on Ashley?
Jeff, listen, dude, listen. Jeffrey, sit down, Jeffrey, listen. Okay? Jay Logston might have some time to leak. I'd be lying if I said I didn't. For what reason?
He does not have time, Jeff.
Whether he has time or not, Terry, what's going to come from that?
He
Jeff,
is busy doing
Jay Logston runs the Kootenai County Public Defender's Office. When the hell does he have time?
Well, listen, even that aside, if there was time, what is it going to gain?
I mean, he took over Ann's position for the most part.
No, 100% for that part, yes.
Yeah.
Jeffrey, that don't make no sense, bro. Come on, Jeff. Don't do it, Jeff. Come on. That makes no sense. I just don't understand what the hell the defense, anybody from the defense would gain from leaking anything, dude. I don't want to yell. I don't want to get upset. Come on, Jeff. Let's be friends.
Well, if certain people would read documents, every piece of that one document was totally directed at the prosecution, not the defense.
The only thing the defense's document said was watch your shit and make sure you pay attention to who's around it. That's all that document said in layman's terms. But
the prosecution has to give the court all the information.
Can I ask a question? Go ahead. I'm sorry. I was just going to ask, don't they have, I mean, this is a sealed or, closed case, right? So.
What do you mean? Like the gag?
Yeah, it's a gag. It's a gag case.
The whole thing's
Why
gag.
don't they have to get permission to do a Dateline?
Well, here's freedom of press, Terry. Remember that. They're allowed to. The press is allowed to pretty much put out whatever they want, gag or no gag. But they're not supposed to be getting the information to begin with. You know what I mean?
Well, for some gag order, I don't think so much press around it.
I think Dateline's fatal mistake was they kept saying sources close to the investigation. Sources close to the investigation. Well, what sources?
And then they get away with, we don't have to give up our sources. So they can say that and get away with it.
Well, some of the stuff that was leaked was the only way you could have that is if you were law enforcement, that other alphabetical whatever people, prosecution. That's the only way you're going to have some of the information that they put out.
So who gave Steve G sources? I mean, he literally said he leaked information.
Don't get me on that guy.
I'm sorry, but I mean, he literally said he leaked information. I don't know. So didn't they have 7 days to find out who did it?
They had 7 days to turn their list over to the courts.
Right. So does that mean we're going to find out who did it?
I
I'm
don't know.
having doubts about that. And he did say he leaked information, but the problem is where did he get his information from? Who leaked it to him?
But why did he leak it? And why is he not covered by the gag order?
He is.
Was he then,
My
though? I don't know
understanding
if
at this point,
then.
he is. Why did he leak it? That's the question of the year. I think it's I'll give you my opinion. I don't know if it's the actual answer, but my opinion is because he's trying to run the narrative. They want that narrative to stay intact. And every time, Terry, if you pay attention, we see him come out. If you paid attention to him, it's usually after there's something big that points towards the fact that Brian could be innocent. Then all of a sudden we see like I said, the Steve Gonsalves World Tour, the Dateline leak, all that shit popped out. So I think it is to control the narrative. That's my opinion.
I don't even know what the narrative is anymore.
Brian's guilty.
Well, besides the fact that Brian's guilty, but there's more to it than that.
No, well, that's the whole thing, though.
I mean, that's like saying whoever shot JFK is guilty. Well, there's a story behind why they wanted him dead, or
Right.
why he was why that guy was chosen as a patsy. Why, I mean, there's more to it. We don't know it.
No. Alicia says the defense and state both have the document and records hold order. Yes, they do. I read that and I showed you. Somebody stated that they were exactly the same. They're not. I went through them 3 times and reread it, and you can see that they're telling the state and the defense the same thing, but the defense's version of it is basically telling them to lock down their stuff, don't delete things, and they're in the state's version of it. They're pointing to Ellie and prosecution saying somebody leaked this from your side of things. They didn't say that in the defense's document. That's all. They both
Right,
have to turn over. Yeah, go ahead. You were saying?
Hold on, I'm reading. I have to read Tandy's chat because I can't read my own.
Oh, okay. But yeah, that's what I was saying, Alicia, is they were the same document to an extent, but which they have to do, okay, because both sides have to follow the same rule per se. But the only difference, and there was a difference because it wasn't identical, was that the state's version of it said, you did this, you need to correct this. So that's all. That's what I was saying. If I didn't say it that way, my apologies. And
we're just supposed to believe these people. I mean, how stupid are they to leave anything, any paper trail or digital trail?
David Bird, welcome. What are you doing there, Raquel? He's already here. It's too late now. Jane, welcome. Good to see you. Beetle Jeff. That's funny. I think Mallory or Payne because they felt thrown under the bus. I don't think Payne did that. I don't think he did. I'll be honest with you. If anybody, I would go with Mallory.
I don't think he's smart enough.
Out of the 2 of those, I would go with Mallory, sure, or I think it came via the FBI. That's my opinion. Truly, that's what I feel like. So,
I truly feel like it came from the G's private investigator who was given the information kind of by that alphabet people too.
That could be too. Angela, you can't put a link in here, honey. It won't let you. You can send it to me via email and I can drop it that way, but it won't let you tag. I can't see what you put in here. If you want to drop it in my email, it won't show up. That's the problem, Alicia. It doesn't show up unless it's a moderator dropping it. If you want to send it in my email real quick, I can pull it up that way, hon. Sorry, it doesn't allow just regular people in chat to do that without being a moderator. Or what you could do, Angela, is you could click the link to come on panel and it'll bring you backstage and you can drop the link in the private chat, but you don't have to come up here. It'll just bring you backstage and it'll let you drop it in the private chat. You can do it that way. You don't have to actually come up here, though. Just go to backstage. It'll drop it. It'll show you the ability to click in private chat. You can drop the link there and you can just drop back off. I forgot you have that ability.
I told you before, I think that entire Dateline thing was almost verbatim the Bloomin' Idiots book.
Oh, a lot of that did come from him. I agree with that. Same for any Jay's family. Okay, well, here's what happened, Stevie. This is the problem, though. Judge Hippler kind of realigned it and stated that and he redid it on purpose because it's to cover the victims, their attorneys, or victims, attorneys, and law enforcement and that like that. He considers the families victims, therefore they're under the gag. That's what that was related to, Stevie. Just so you know. So in a sense, yes, the families are under the gag as well, based on now what we've heard from Hippler. They're not supposed to be. They never were initially, but that's the way he realigned it, per se. Yeah, agreed, Karen. Duncan, welcome. Good to see you. Again, guys, come on in. Hit the like button on your way in, please, and thank you. Demon Dog, good to see you tonight. I don't think anyone will get in trouble. Dateline has been in the business too long to risk certain things. In the end, it will just delay the trial. Well, that's a good point, too, and you could be right. What did it say? Dateline drilled that they should have give the source to judge. FBI, someone even if come with immunity for Dateline. Maybe, Karen. I don't know. I don't know that would have ever happened, though. They won't do stuff like that. They typically don't give up their sources.
Yeah, but if you don't give up your source, that doesn't mean that they can't. I mean, they can put you in jail or stuff like that, right? I mean, from what I've seen.
Yeah, he said something about possibility of being held in contempt. So who knows?
Right, and held in contempt.
And if that's whatever they choose for contempt, I don't know. You know what I mean? It's up to him. Payne and Mabbitt could be patsies as much as Brown. I think there were what I call pawns, Fox. I think Payne was a pawn. I think maybe you're right about Mabbitt, and I think there's other pawns in this too. Truly, I do. God, I wish Eddie was here. Did you do it? Oh, okay then, Tomboy. No worries.
Yeah, I'll be back.
Did you go? Were you able to come back here and click the link pinned in the top of the chat to drop that link for me to pull up for you? Who was it that asked me to do that? Angela. Or did you send it to my email? Let me check my email real quick. No. Either way, I have no problem playing that, Angela. I'd love to. I haven't seen Eddie in a few days. I don't know. I hope he's all right.
He kind of goes off the grid and every then and then.
Sometimes. Kane B, what's up, bro? Good to see you. Thank you for joining us today. David Bird, good to see you as well. Yep, good point. Same thing, at least. It's been a few days. Murphy could have been locked in the closet inside the room. That's a good point too, Tony. That's a very weird situation. Well, we already know, guys, that the PCA was a joke. Okay, that is what it is. And nothing in there is pretty much true. So what's and then we come that it's hard for me to believe though that the doors were wide open, that this dog sat in a room throughout this whole thing and didn't run out or try to go looking for Kaylee. Didn't run through the house or nothing. I don't believe that.
It's in the black bag.
It just doesn't make any sense.
I said it would have been in the black bag.
What
Sorry,
black bag?
sorry. No, I apologize. I meant you for you to be on mute now.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Sorry. Somebody being disrespectful. Tandy. So what? I can't find that video anywhere. It just says I got one video. Okay, gotcha. I think it's different from freedom of press. They don't have to reveal. That's what I was saying earlier, Rach. I think you're right. Which is stupid. It makes no sense to me, but hey, whatever. David Blum's latest poo smear that BK was in love with. Yeah, that was so stupid. It does. Takes the biscuit. That ain't no lie, bro. No lie. Some of the dumbest shit has come out of this case I've ever seen in my life. I'm pretty sure, Stevie, that he considered the victims, the family members, victims as well. I do believe that, but I could be wrong. I'll have to look and double check. That way I can make sure I'm right. And I don't, because I don't want to put something out I shouldn't. I don't think Eddie does have a channel, unless does he now? He didn't used to, because he said he didn't want to deal with all that. If he does, I'll have to go check it out. The other guy, Sarge, you mean, or Willie? They definitely have channels, and Jesse has his own channel too, but it's not crime; it's sports. Can the police lie to disclose a fact only the killer would know? I think they're allowed to lie during certain parts of investigations. Moto Man, yes, they can get away with certain things. And the line is fine, I believe. So I don't know exactly where it where you draw the line on that. That's a good question though, bud. Really good question. Let's see. Where's Heather at? Or Lucy? She knows these answers. Anyway, okay, we'll figure this stuff out, guys. You is in the house. Good to see you. Maybe that's why the PCA. That's probably one of the reasons. Truly, Moto Man, it could be. All right, so what we're gonna do, guys, is jump into this. This is the Banfield video from way back when. A lot of people have emailed me. Even people in my crew here had said we need to go back and look at this. And where's Molly? She should be in here. She wanted to look at this too. Hold on here. Again, thank you guys all very much for being here. Great to see you all again, as always. Lucy Heather, yes, Meg. Doesn't neighbor's camera show she let Murphy out to go potty at some point? According to her sister, Olivia Gonsalves stated that at 1:56 she saw her sisters, her words, Kaylee and Maddie, come home, go inside, bring the dog out for a walk, and then go back inside. There was no timeline for that other than the 1:56 time. After that, I don't know, but that's a good question, me, myself, and I. Are you leaving, Eve? I'm gonna watch the rest of them. All right, good night, Eve. Thank you so much again, and thank you, guys. Please go subscribe to Eve's channel. She does some really amazing things. Go check out her channel, subscribe, hit the like button, and hit the notification bell. That way you guys will know when she puts something out. Please and thank you. And thank you, Eve, for joining us tonight. I appreciate you very much. Was it Murphy barking? That's hearsay. Can't be proved. Probably. What camera would show that clearly? Probably the 11-12 camera, in my opinion, I would think. Oh, no worries, Moonlight. No thanks needed. I love you guys, every one of you, and I appreciate you all very much as well.
Okay,
Yes.
so was this a rumor that Payne did a bark test? Whether or not, yeah, I heard this. Oh, I heard this more than once that he had Murphy bark from inside and listen to the ring camera, and then he had him bark from outside and listen to the ring camera.
I don't know. I mean, I could
see if he was in or out. Because remember, they said that he had been out.
Right. I don't know, Terry. I've never heard that before. Rach said that camera doesn't face the 11-12 house. Well, I know, but I'm guessing because I swear that's what Olivia said was that she saw the 11. Okay, hold on. Maybe I have it wrong. The house that's right next door to the 1122 house that had the light bulb cam. So I'm pretty sure that's where she said she saw this. So I don't remember that address. I'm sorry.
But they are saying, people in chat are saying that, yes, that is in the documents.
Okay. The bark test thing? Okay. 11-12. That's what I thought. That's what I said. I'm sorry. Why is Elantra pic a picture of a picture on another phone? The white one at the gas station, because they're supposedly stating that went by and they took it through their phone through the window. I think it's garbage. I truly do. I don't believe that's Brian's car at all. Mallory and Payne performed that test, and it's in the okay. Hey Jen, good to see you, dear. So I guess it is Terry. I missed that.
Yeah, but I would love to know why that's so important. Murphy is a big part of this case. And I think Anne, because Anne wasn't supposed to bring up that stuff, I don't think.
Stevie said that Judge Hitler stated in court about the test too. So I missed all of that. Jesus. Okay.
So why don't they do a car test? I mean, see what Brian's car sounds like driving around the neighborhood.
I'm sure they have. That's a good point too, but I'm sure they have. But that's crazy to me to do a bark test. I've never heard of anything. I don't know what the hell that's going to prove either, but okay. Let's see. Fox said, if you pull up the new video with the dog barking, listen carefully at 417, and the bark sounds like in a sound effect. Oh, okay, Fox. I guess I'll have to do that too. You said that the water tower has a camera. Yes, I've heard that as well. Yes,
it does.
Yeah, I've heard that way back in the beginning. I think I heard that it had two cameras, one facing one way, one facing the other, but I don't know if that's true.
But who knows if it was working?
Well, I'm pretty sure they keep those on so that the city can see what's going on around. But hey, Isabel, yeah. Well, okay. If that's the case, then why'd they tear the house down? You know what I mean? I agree with you. Acoustics are very important. So in turn, the house should have been left up so that they could test all the acoustics throughout all the houses in all the rooms, not just the two that they built for this stupid model that they made. And it makes no sense.
Well, my favorite is they say, oh, well, it wouldn't sound the same because it wouldn't have furniture in it. I think a crime this big, you could probably rent some furniture and put it in there.
They could have done anything like that. You didn't have to have it all, but some of it. It's going to change the sound of it, yes. But they could have done something to make this full thing available to the jury so they could see exactly how and when and why and what it sounds like. They could have, especially being in Dylan's bedroom, had some dancing going around upstairs and moving around so that you could hear that.
Play with the dog upstairs. See how?
Yeah, 100%.
You want to do a dog test? Go play with Murphy up above Dylan's head.
Well, and I know they did, Moto. I know they did test the acoustics, but what I'm saying is for the jury to actually physically experience it, I think they should have done. That's just my opinion. But
exactly. Go spend some money and do a total reconstruction so that they get the exact same sounds that were in the house that night.
Right. No. Rach, Olivia's statement doesn't make sense to me because those cameras don't face the camera is right next to their house. It's to the left of the house. If you're standing in front of the 1122 house, okay, facing the road, to the left was that small house that they were friends with the neighbor from. There was a light bulb cam there that was a 360. I believe it was a 180 cam where it picked up things side to side. And I believe they said that that's what picked up. There was one on the front and the back, I believe it was, or the light bulb cam was in the back part of the house and was one on the front door. I think this is what I was told. I may be wrong. If not, I'll fix it. And it picked up the sound that you could hear supposedly on that audio. And from what I understood, that was the camera she was referring to, that she saw the car pull up, them get out of the car. He didn't get in the driveway, he just pulled up in front of the house. And then they go inside, they come back out and walk the dog. So it must have been in the range that camera could pick it up based on what she said. That's all my opinion, but I don't know. Welcome.
How Olivia got that camera after finding out in the afternoon of Saturday, and she's pregnant. She lives in California. And it says she drove, how she made it all the way there before the police got the camera.
From my understanding, she flew to Idaho.
No, she said it says she did drive.
Okay, yeah. I didn't know, but
I mean, it says that she drove, but God only knows. Maybe she flew on her broom. I don't know. I mean, I'm just saying that I remember reading that she did drive. And plus,
Right.
she's that pregnant.
I don't know. I don't know. She got there. She got there. Supposedly, they went directly to the neighbors and got information from them right away. You remember Steve saying that he was told, slow down, you're ahead of us, blah, 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 so on and so forth, which I can't imagine that the police weren't on top of that house right away, but I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, didn't
I don't
Payne
know.
say he sent, or who? I thought it was Payne, but maybe I'm wrong because Payne didn't get there till like 4. But somebody said that they sent policemen to go collect cameras from businesses and homes like around noon.
Yeah. Yeah, pregnant people, Alicia said pregnant people can drive too. I guess. I don't know if that's what do you mean? Because she was like due? Because I thought she was still like only like 6 months when that happened, wasn't she?
Yeah, but I just remember reading that she did drive.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I didn't
I
know
don't
nothing
know.
about
I'm sure she could fly, but I'm just saying that I remember reading that she did drive, and it just made me. The reason I remember is because I was like, okay, that's not a short drive, and she's pregnant. She's got to be freaking out, and she's driving in the night. How's she gonna? Okay, so did Steve say that they went together to get the?
He didn't, but I'm gathering that they were together, like because he said that they did their own investigation, and then Olivia said more than once, father and daughter. That statement, father and daughter's intuition and stuff like that. So I'm guessing they were together while they were out doing that stuff. That's my opinion.
They need to get together more often, I think, because in that video or that interview, one thinks it's a private driver, another one thinks it's an Uber driver.
Right. It could definitely pick up the sound, but I don't think it can show them unless he was dropping them off. I don't know, Rach. I don't know exactly 100% where that camera. I thought that light bulb cam, the front door faces the road just as much as the 1122 house did. So if it picked them up being dropped in front of the house, it should have been right there. It was screwed into the next to the front door, from my understanding. That one was. If that's the camera she's talking about. They waited a while before collecting. Wait a minute. Hold on, guys. I'm trying to catch up with everybody. Hey, Beckles, good to see you. Yeah, I agree with that too. As soon as she got the first phone call, she took off and went home. I'm sure.
I have a weird question.
Uh-huh.
Kind of gross.
Okay.
But okay, so they say that Murphy had no blood on him, right?
Uh-huh.
Can they dogs just do this? I mean, especially like because they're carnivores. Carnivore, is that right? Carnivores, whatever. But they like meat. So what if he licked any blood? Did they do?
I don't know. Did they do what?
Well, I was just wondering if he did lick blood, would it be possible to do a tox test or some sort of a test to see if there was DNA on any of that blood? And I'm just throwing this out there, it just popped in my head. It's probably not able to be done, anything like that. But I just know that my own dog, I mean, dogs lick blood.
I don't know. I don't know. It's an interesting question, though, but I don't know.
I don't know.
Hold on, guys. I'm looking at something. I'm listening to what you're saying, Terry. I don't know how that would work out, but it's an interesting question for sure. I don't know. I don't know what all they would have done with the dog, like testing on him, testing any blood that may have been on him. But
oh, you know what? And that's a great question too. What you think was this? I mean, somebody they go collect fresh poop? Dog do.
I don't know.
That would have told you if he had been drugged. And that's another reason they could have, there are a couple reasons why they should have done some sort of a toxicity test
See,
on
that's what
him.
I don't. That's what I have issues with too, you guys, because I don't trust that. Because, like I said in the beginning, we were told that he was locked in Kaylee's room. Then we were told that the doors were all open. For as much blood as there was in that room, any dog, in my opinion, is going to go find its owner, especially being young like he was. There's Heather. Thank God you're here, Heather. Thank you for joining us. For as young as he was, I would have thought that he'd have been freaking out trying to find Kaylee and would not have sat in that room all night long like that. So what happened? How did that actually happen? You know what I'm saying? Like, what is the deal?
If he was actually there, we
Right.
would have heard a lot more barking than just upstairs in a bedroom. First of all, in my opinion. Second of all,
I think there probably was, and I think we would have heard the dog barking through the 911 call with all those people in the house and everything going on. Why didn't we?
and you know what? You're right, because guess what? Didn't they say, okay, so they don't call 911 till noon, and who found him? Not a friend. Not the people that have been over there all morning.
I don't know.
They
I don't
say
know. Hey, Leah.
they say in the documents that the I don't know if it was the policeman or like a ambulance, somebody like that found him in that room.
They stated in the PCA that the dog was found locked in the room when he first got on scene, per se. So,
Mhm.
but that then we hear that the doors were wide open. So how did that work? And then what you think just said, why was Murphy's kennel in the back of Kaylee's car? That's what her mother said early on. Christy thought that was odd. Well, I probably because she was taking the kennel back with her when she was going to leave. So maybe she had put it in there just to have it ready.
So why does she have
And
all her stuff still in her room if she was leaving?
she had moved most of her stuff out, they said, but there was a few things left in there from what I had heard Steve say at one time. I don't know how true that is, but I don't know.
I know I'm asking questions that are questions that have been asked over and over, but I mean, until we get answers, they still need to be asked.
Wait, say that again, Terry.
I said, I know that I get frustrated with my own self because I feel like I'm asking the same questions over and over, but at the same token, one of two things is happening. Either one, still no answers, or two, I get a different answer.
No. We all ask questions, and you got to ask questions. Like, the only question that is not a good question is the one you don't ask. So, Moto just said Kaylee's bed was made, the kennel's in the car, Steve's bag was packed. Maybe he was fed up and was ready to leave that night.
Steve,
She was fed up. Maybe she was fed up and ready to leave that night. Maybe. I don't know.
Steve's bed. Was Steve leaving that night from his home? I don't know.
Wait, Steve's bag was packed. Maybe you mean Steve, like, wait, I'm a little lost what you mean by that, bud. Thank you for the super chat, by the way, bro. That means she left it for someone to take him, I believe, while she was out that night, like maybe JD. And says that exact thing. All bedroom doors were open. That's what I thought. But why didn't she leave it in the house? Again, like I said, maybe she was leaving the next morning and she had put it in the truck so she didn't forget it or something. I'm not sure. But that's interesting. That's a good point. Very good points, guys.
With all
And
those people that were coming and going in that house, can you imagine having a dog just running around the house? Trust me, I did. I when I was in college, I had a
Sure.
lab, and it was homecoming, and we had a bunch of friends that came in because I was there for 5 years. Came and stayed, and a weekend with us. And guess what happened to my dog? He was they didn't care because it's not their dog, right? They're getting all drunk and all this kind of stuff. Well, guess who got hit on the road because nobody noticed to shut the door, to pay attention, to do the right things like an owner would.
Mm-hmm.
So I would assume, in my opinion, that and especially since the crate was right at the back of the car, of her car, she was, he may have been crate trained or kennel trained. And when
Right.
she
Hang
left,
on one second, Terry. Angel, if you can, please show me your face for like 3 seconds so I can make sure before I throw you up here, and then you're fine. You don't have to leave your camera on. Just 3 seconds. Just to make sure you're showing your face and not your face. Not that you would, but I do this with everybody that hasn't been up here before. First time. If you could, please. Or you're just dropping that link. Okay, good stuff, Angel. Thank you. I forgot about that. My apologies. Gotcha. We'll pull that up here next, Angel. No worries.
I'm with you, Lucy. And then the next day was my birthday.
You're good.
Happy
You want to
birthday,
join us
Lucy.
on panel 2? Okay. Do you want to come up here too, Angel? Yes? No?
Yeah.
Okay. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. You don't have to leave your camera on if you don't want to, hon. You can turn it off if you want. But thank you for doing that. Appreciate that.
Can you hear me? I don't know if you can hear.
I can. Yes.
Oh,
Very
you
well.
can. Hello.
Very well. Welcome. Good to meet you. Good to have you up
It's
here.
like nearly 12 o'clock here at night, so I'm in the dark.
Are you in Ireland?
In England, Newcastle.
Newcastle.
Okay.
Wonderful. It's great to meet you for the first time. Great to have you up here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was just to drop that link because it shows Keith Morrison, where he says basically that it was the state and Ann Taylor won't speak. It was just like a short clip that I made.
Yeah, absolutely. I have no problem showing that. We'll do that right now while you're up here. Then if you want to explain it, you can. Absolutely. I appreciate it so very much. Let's see what we got
No
here.
problem.
And hopefully there's no echo from this. If there is, let us know, guys, with all the crap we've been doing. Okay, let's see what we got. I remember. Okay, so this is the interview that Idaho News did with Keith. I showed you guys this before. Angel made her own version and did something with this, so we're going to check it out, guys. Again, thank you, Angel. I appreciate it.
Just a short clip.
Sure.
Let's talk about the show tonight, Keith. What can we expect with Dateline?
Well, this is your friend Shane Bishop and I, but mostly Shane, has been working on this for a long time, since right back at the beginning, and has developed. Shane has a list of people who are on the inside, and there are very good sources about what's happened here in Idaho. So we're familiar with a good deal of the evidence that the state will bring against Brian Koberger. His attorney is not speaking yet, but we have, a lot of this material that the prosecution will rely on, I think, to try him. I don't know, we can't say that we have it all, but we have a lot of it. And we can almost have a timeline of his movements and the movements of the killer, whether it was him or not.
All right. So what are your thoughts on this, Angel, with what you put together here?
Well, I just think that it's somebody from law enforcement, and Shane Bishop must have people on the inside, like he says, and they had them from the start, and Ann Taylor wasn't part of the case at the start.
Right.
So it has to be somebody on the state side somewhere.
Gotcha. I saw that. What you think? Thank you very much. Appreciate it. I always check out Jules. I will. Now, it's a good point. Shane Bishop actually admitted, I don't know if everybody knew this, in a statement he made, to doctoring and messing with the photographs and the pictures that were used in the Dateline episode to make them work for the show. Make them work for the show. So you're in a sense saying that you photoshopped these pictures, which made them way more ominous to an extent, in my opinion. Why did you have to do that, and he admitted to it. So that if he admitted to that and he did that, of course, I believe, and I have to agree, he probably does. Angel, you're probably on point with that. If anybody, I would imagine Shane would be the one that would have the source available to him for this. And I guarantee you there's money involved. Okay. There's got to be. Somebody's paid off to give information to them to make them have their show.
Yeah, 100%. And plus, he said there was like a list.
Yeah.
So it's not just Ann Taylor. It can't be her. So it has to be like a list of law enforcement or prosecution. And I think because he makes other Dateline programs, it's going to be a whole host of different law enforcement officers,
Absolutely.
like different places, not just one place. Oh, that's my dog growling now.
That's okay. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And I can agree with you full-heartedly. I do. And what you think just said isn't Jennings hubby in media. From my understanding, yes, he is. So is Olivia Gonsalves' husband. He works in I can't remember who he works for, but he works doing that kind of stuff too.
It's Paramount he works for, I
Paramount.
think.
That's
Yeah.
right. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. There you
Isn't he
go.
a producer?
I think so. Yes, I do think so. That's crazy. Coincidences don't happen in true crime, in my opinion. Just saying. Let's see here.
He works in Paramount, and didn't Paramount do something in the beginning?
Last year or year before, I think it was last year. They did a whole series on it, a 3-part series.
Hmm.
So that's Olivia Gonsalves' husband. So
Yeah. Robbie.
yeah, yep. There you go. Well, you got the scoop for sure, don't you, Angel?
I think I know everything about everybody.
Yeah, it's okay. Yes, okay. A lot of us do, Tandy. You got an awesome accent, by the way. What part? You're in Liverpool, you
Oh,
said?
thank you. No, Newcastle.
Newcastle. That's right. I'm sorry. My apologies. Love it.
Yeah.
Love it.
How far from
wait.
London is that?
It's about 5 hours away, so about 300 miles away,
Gotcha. Yeah.
roughly. And I'm about 2.5 hours away from Liverpool, and they had like a nasty like accident at a football parade on Monday, and a car crashed into loads of people and ran them over. So that wasn't
Oh my
No,
good.
gosh.
Yeah.
I covered that. It's very horrible. Another
Yeah.
situation.
Thank God one good bad thing that I'm glad I missed.
Yeah, it's horrible. I'm so sorry to hear that, and prayers for everybody involved in that. Absolutely. Moto said it's a trend. Bill Thompson encouraged the media to do this at the start of the case. What was the $1 million emergency fund used for? That's a good point, Matt. Moto Man. That's a very good point, and he's got a right. He's right, guys. In the very beginning, he did to ensure that this guy's guilty. I remember that. Damn.
Yeah, but how would he be able to make that decision where that money went to?
He can allocate whatever. He's the lead prosecutor. He can allocate it for this, that, or anything else. He didn't have to put down what it was actually used for in that term. I'm saying he could have said it was for this and it actually went to this. Okay. I mean, I know they have to have receipts and stuff like that, but it could have been named in a different way, is what I'm saying.
So none of that money went to prove Bryant to the defense at all?
No, I don't believe that goes to. It's for the prosecution, I believe. I could be wrong. Don't quote me, but I'm pretty sure that's for the state. That's the state's money.
Well, didn't they
I
get
know some money went to the university because they did like a spreadsheet where they had put that some was going towards security and some was going towards counselling and different things. I don't know where that is, but that was quite early on that there was like a big spreadsheet done.
Yeah.
And it just kind of didn't all add up.
And Angel, didn't they just remove the like the counseling building?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
what I thought.
Thanks,
Mhm.
SRB.
And the
Lucy,
woman, like a woman's right thing type of thing as well, like a
Get rid
few
of
other
all.
different things that they're closing down. And I believe something to do with like a black thing as well. And something else. There's about 4 different things that they're closing down.
That's crazy. And Heather just said that over 500,000 went to their consultants. That's crazy.
And you know who their consultants were, right? Green's old company.
Oh, yeah, I know. The amount of people saying the defense leaked this, it's stupid. It makes no sense, Jen. What would they gain from leaking this? That's so dumb.
I think just by what Keith said, we know it's the state side somewhere. It's just trying to project it onto Anne. It's just...
Yeah, right. Of course.
You have to be stupid if you think that, really, I think.
Really. Yeah, I have to agree with you. That's one of the dumbest things I've
Yeah,
ever heard.
it's like in denial. Like, there is no way that Anne's done this. And Keith said Anne wouldn't respond, so they hadn't heard. And he had the state's case, and you can only have the state's case if it's from the state.
Yep. Agreed. Brad Little gave the University of Idaho $1 million, and one of that $1,500,000 went to the consultants. That's insane. Thank you,
Didn't
Heather.
they get another million? I thought they got another million too.
They did add more money later on. I remember that they had. I don't remember how much it was, but I remember hearing them say that they had just allocated more money, and I was like, "Wow, okay, where's that going to?" You know, it's.
I could have sworn that it went for the. They built a new not Othram, but like a facility.
Well, don't forget they bought Phoenix, University of Phoenix. Don't forget that too.
I don't think they bought it yet, though. Has it gone through? The sale gone through?
I am not sure, but I thought that I heard that they were buying it and it was coming down to it. So,
I mean, I know that Green wants it, and he also wants to make it a nonprofit. Anyway, but
yeah.
But as far as I know, it hasn't been signed and sealed as of yet.
Right.
I think it was quite focal at the beginning, and then it was kind of, they weren't going to be sure if it was going to go through after this happened, because obviously there was a mass murderer on the loose, and then they needed somebody to take the fall, and I think Brian's been the guy, and that's...
I never thought about that.
That's it. And obviously they needed students back because businesses weren't making any profit, and that was from obviously the November, and we were going into the January. So for 3 months, practically the town was sort of like a ghost town, I suppose. And the only way the students were going to come back is if somebody was caught, because what parent is going to let their child go back to school if they know that there's going to be a potential murderer?
The Shapens.
Yeah, well, yeah. Other than that.
The Shapens.
And then a few days before school starts, here comes Brian. So it just all ties in too nicely. And the day before he was arrested, there was, I don't know how many different articles I read about how incompetent they were and the mishandling of the case and the evidence. And it was shown, you know, that one that we've seen where they're picking up the glove and then putting it in the bag.
Right.
And it was shown things like that and how incompetent they were. And then all of a sudden they've, out of the blue, caught the right person, and that's it.
Yep.
So it just all seems to tie in too neatly in a bow, and that just doesn't happen.
No, you are right. And one of Heather said again that Idaho AG opened, the Attorney General's office opened an investigation into the purchase of Phoenix. Why would they have to do that?
Yeah.
You have to do that. Think about it. Yeah.
You know that Arizona is the biggest trafficking state there is, or it's like unbelievable.
Well, it's because the main run goes right through there. So yeah.
Yep, and it goes right up to the port.
Right there, to Mexico.
And I also find it suspicious about the camp, like the Washington campus, the Wazoo campus, because there was that cop who he had to take, what was it called? Sexual misconduct, and that was on the 4th of November.
Yep.
And he would have had access to sort of anything in the campus. And I was thinking back to that person, Brian's friend. If she really did have a key like taken from her drawer, it could easily have been a campus cop and then putting it back, and he would have had access to sort of, if Brian had a knife in his sheath in his drawer, say at school.
Oh wow.
Wow.
Like there's
You're
different
on point with
things.
this stuff, Angel, for real.
Yeah. I
Say
mean, there's
that
loads of
again.
different theories that have gone on. Like, I think I've probably thought about everybody,
Oh,
but that's
yeah.
just
Oh,
the
yeah.
thing. There's so many different people that you could put to this case to make them fit, but they've just picked him and stuck with him, and it's just not him.
It's very
Got it.
interesting. I'm going to ask you a question because over in the UK, you can't have guns, you have knives. Am I correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we, in the US, most of the stuff that happens around here are gun related. So, what's your thought on? I would love to hear your thought on the DNA that was on the knife sheath. And
Well, that just would not
anything
fly
about the
in
knife.
a
I was just
UK
gonna ask.
court. It just wouldn't work because there's too many variables. The knife sheath was there, but that doesn't put him there. Like, it doesn't at any
Right.
point put him in that house, whether he's touched it, whether somebody else, like, he could have been to the ATM machine or putting gas in the car, and then somebody else is come behind him and they've used the same one, and then they've had gloves on, and then sort of popped open the sheath, which would put his DNA on the sheath, but nobody else's.
Right. Good
Um,
point. Good point.
and then also they could steal it from him, or like, I had heard rumours about where cops were pulling them over and they were taking stuff from their cars. Did he have something in his car that was confiscated? And it
Okay.
was a
That's
knife in a
something I
sheath,
thought
and
of.
then
Yeah.
it ended up at the crime scene. And there's that 8 hours. It's just,
And
it's
that's
too
you know
much.
what? That's something. Thank you for saying that, Angel. I thought me and Sergeant talked about that probably a year, maybe 2 years ago at this point. Hey, Beth, good to see you. And yes, you're right. Everybody has questioned that. What if Brian he bought the knife on Amazon and all that? Okay. And because he was leaving state, he was going to a strange state to live and go to school and work. And he'd never been there. He wasn't familiar. And he took it with him and he kept it in his vehicle for protection purposes, per se. Being pulled over in a different state, they
Yeah.
don't know you, and they could have, and they do that. They have done that in other cases where they confiscate the knife. It ends up in evidence per se, so on and so forth. They're not going to give back to you. Okay, it's too big. You shouldn't be driving around with this in your car. Whatever their excuse is. Welcome, Miss Gianna. Good to see you tonight, dear. And they took it, and then conveniently, this thing shows up on a crime scene.
Yeah.
It's not hard for people to get in. This is a small police department, small town, blah, blah, blah. If the right person possibly gets in there, that's all it takes. Just saying.
Yeah.
And I know
Plus,
that's a very
Brian's car
conspiracy,
would have
right?
looked like a drug car as well. Like
Yeah,
trafficking.
yeah, because it's very plain and yeah,
Yeah.
they don't want to stand out. So that's a good
And
point.
then the plates. And I think, that was probably why he was pulled over to start off with on the
Right.
21st in August.
He didn't purchase the sheath, Stevie. Everybody misconstrues that whole thing. He never bought another sheath. He never bought a sheath. None of that. They took and twisted that whole thing. When you go to Amazon, and I proved this the one day in here, I personally looked up the sheath many a times, okay? But I'm a toy collector. A lot of people know that. So if I go to Amazon right now, my previous searches are going to pop up on here immediately.
Yeah.
First thing that comes up. What's up, Willie? Good to see you, brother. So what they were trying to say and twisted that was because of his, I can't think of the actual term for this, that pops up when you go to his page, okay? Because there was a knife they're saying that was purchased, whatever, so on and so forth. So if there was something purchased before, it'll pop up and say purchase again, buy
Yeah.
again, or whatever it is. That's what they're talking about that popped up, the click history. Thank you, Elise. I couldn't think
Yeah,
of
like
it.
recommends. Like, I can have been,
Yeah,
when you've got your phone next to you, it kind of
yeah,
listens to you all the time. And if you're
yeah.
talking about something, if you go onto Google, you'll start seeing side ads of whatever you've been looking at or well talking about. And then at
Yeah.
first it was like, well, years ago it was like I was just talking about that before.
Yep.
And then you start to realize, obviously, as technology advanced, it was because your phone was listening to everything you say.
Yeah. Yep.
So
Ab-
I mean, he's
It was his click
in a
history. That's all it was.
college and he's talking about knives, sheaths, murders, Ted Bundy. They're all going to be linked to his phone. Like, if you're a dentist, you're going to be looking up teeth, you're going to be looking up gums. So if you're a criminology student, you're going to be looking up Ted Bundy. Like, it's not out of the ordinary, and I don't know why people think it is. And I'd love to see like Nancy Grace's history. I'd love to see Ashley's history.
Look at mine.
All
Look
of
at
these
mine.
people, like, oh, I'll be convicted alone just off my Google
Me
search.
too. Me too. Absolutely. And that's the point. Everything that was brought out on the hit piece from Dateline, there was nothing in there that was abnormal, especially for a
No,
criminology student, in my opinion, and a single guy. Okay. Now, even the stuff that they said that was, a little, shifty, the things that listed under SA and stuff, that can be related to criminology stuff, folks. Just so you
yeah,
know.
definitely. Yeah. I mean, you have to look up like ritual killings and killings of like children, babies, like pedophiles, like all of these different things interlink with criminology. So there is no reason that that wouldn't be on his phone or his computer or anything
Right.
else. And then even things after the murders, if he's been researching the murder, of course he's going to. He lives 10 minutes away. So he's going to maybe have pictures. We all had pictures of them on
Of
our
course.
phones a few days later because it was something we were interested in.
Mm-hmm.
So why wouldn't he? I mean,
Right. Moto Man said
you-
only God would forgive my search history. I think we're all in that. Moto Man, I'm just telling you, bro. I think we're all there. But yeah,
yeah. But they make it sound so seedy and so
right.
like it's just not
Nothing that they put on
presented
there.
properly.
Right. And he's not an incel. He didn't hate women, obviously,
No,
because they proved that themselves. Um, he's a cloud forensics student. He's learning this stuff. He's learning criminology. Ted Bundy is going to pop up in anybody that's a criminal, learning criminology stuff. Probably going to pop up in their search history. It'll pop up in mine,
yeah,
just as well as
definitely.
Jeffrey Dahmer and Ed Gein and anything else like that. So yes, that's insane for them to try to put that out and make him look like this person that anybody else out here could be. Okay.
Yeah. It just worries me that the jury could be like some of these other channels and they're like they don't see past Brian being the person and that law enforcement could never get it wrong. And then you think of all these other cases where they've got it so wrong and you've got somebody who spent 30 years in jail and then they get released. And, they do get tunnel vision and they can make any evidence for anybody if they really wanted to. And they do play about with evidence. I don't believe there's probably not one cop who hasn't. It's just whether you believe it. And some choose not to believe it, but if they need the guy, they'll do anything in their power to make that happen. And they needed somebody before the school started again in January. So
Yeah.
Very good points. Very good points, Angel. Truly. All right, guys. Let's see here. 1 second. I'm trying to catch up with chat here. 99% of people there have probably clicked on P. Diddy's trial. Now random info for free. Right. Bingo. Good point, Jen. Let me see. By the way, there's the link is pinned at the top of the chat. Anybody else wants to join us, please feel free. Hold on. Yeah, he bought the gift card and then, according to them, bought the knife. They still haven't showed receipt on that, but supposedly. I still think that it could have been a gift, a Father's Day gift, or like I said, he could have brought it for protection because he was leaving and going to another state, and you know,
Well,
knew
I
that he
had
couldn't
heard
carry a gun with him.
unconfirmed that it was his sister's birthday and it was bought for a camping trip. And that ties in with when Anne said about a camping trip and bear spray. So was it his sister's and not his, and that wasn't his knife?
That could be
Like
it.
he might not even have had one.
That's a great point, Angel. Very good point. I love listening to what you're talking about tonight. You got a lot of
Thank
good
you.
points. A lot of good points. Canadian Cat Ladies in the house, guys. Good to see you. Ann just needs to ask jurors about their own search history and if they could be charged with any kind of crime. We all have a bingo. That's a great way to do it, too, Cat Lady. Imagine that. If she were to bring that up as she's talking to the jury, maybe even in opening statements per se or whatever. How many of you, what are your search histories like for Amazon, folks? What would we find if we pulled up your search histories or your Google histories? How would that be? And I guarantee you everybody's going to go,
Definitely.
well, do you know what I mean? That goes for all of us. We're in true crime. He's a criminology student. They run side to side, folks. Period.
Yeah.
That's all there is to it. So, absolutely. Yeah, right. You don't want to know in a lot of senses. And like Moto Man said, only God would forgive minds. And a lot of people's are like that. It is what it is. So, those pictures that he took as selfies, supposedly right after, bullshit. That's bullshit. I'm sorry. The white
It
shirt.
wasn't right after. It had dates on and it was December, wasn't it? One of them, he was back at home. So they
With the
kind
black
of
hoodie.
twisted that as well.
Oh, yeah. They twisted everything.
And it's
Everything they
like,
put out, they've twisted it. You're right, man.
yeah. And it's like, can you not put a hood up and without being a serial killer, a murderer, a rapist? You know, like people put hoods up and that's it.
Then they related him to having the hoodie on, just like Bundy. Bundy didn't wear a hoodie. He never wore a hoodie.
Yeah.
Okay. They had that. Somebody made that video cover and put a hood on him to immobilize or to make him look like that on that case. So because he did that, they think that Brian did it because it was on there. That's bullshit. Ted Bundy didn't wear a hoodie, guys. It's insane. The things that they're doing with this was nuts.
Does it
Welcome.
does it show that he did purchase the gift card, or did somebody else? Was that
And that's the history that they have. It says that there was a gift card purchase, yes, and then they said the
at the
knife,
same time? Yeah.
the knife, the knife sheath and the sharpener together.
Well, I think that it was definitely for a birthday because the search warrant for that was from I think it was like a 10-day warrant. So how could they be so specific to know when to look for unless Brian had said, I bought it for a gift? I'm not sure what day, but sister's birthday is on whatever day, and it was a few days before then. So they've looked between, I don't know, the 19th and the 29th or whatever the dates were. And that's why they've like picked it up, because it's, why would you have a 10-day search warrant? You would make it for a lot longer unless you were told specifically when it was bought.
Right. That's interesting. That's a good point too. Very good point. Moto Man, thank you so much for the super chat, brother. I appreciate that. Do you think it's possible that the 8-hour delay was due to the roommates waiting for the victims to stop whimpering and fully pass away before making the phone call to avoid being identified by authorities? You know what, dude? This was a conversation piece a while back between me and a couple other people. That what the delay was about, was because they had to wait until they did completely pass away to dial 911. It was an interesting theory that somebody brought to and I never thought of it that way before that. And I was like, wow, imagine if that was the case, especially if one of the roommates was involved in the situation somehow, or they were told, don't do this, or this, or make sure you do this and this at this specific time, out of fear. Okay. They could have been threatened. Any aspect of that could have been true, folks. And that's really interesting, Moto Man. And there's a lot of people that have talked about that at this point, sir. And again, thank you for the super chat, bro. I appreciate you very much. But that's a good point. And Angel, everything you've said has been a good point tonight so far.
Yeah.
Very
I
much
mean,
so.
I just can't get over Dylan coming out of her room, looking down that hallway and seeing Xana lying on the floor and then just thinking, oh, she's passed out, but I'll just run downstairs because I'm scared. Why would she not think anything different had happened if she'd just seen a masked man walking out? Why would she think Xana was just taking a nap on the floor?
Yeah.
But she's so scared she wants to run to Bethany. It doesn't add up. And then to sit there for 8 hours looking for jobs and editing pictures and all these other different things, and then both of them calling their parents at 7 a.m.
Right.
and nobody thinks that's suspicious, but Brian calling his parents, that's really suspicious. Like they keep like, it's fine for the girls, but it's not fine for Brian.
Right.
It just doesn't add up. I just can't get over that. I would never ever be able to walk past seeing a friend lying on the floor and just leaving her.
See, that's what I don't. If we're to believe those text messages, I don't believe that's how that went down. I've said this already before.
No,
But
they were after.
Yeah, well, either that or what I think. Yeah, what I think truly happened, if that did happen. This is an opinion, of course, because I can't imagine that being that way. What I think may have happened is that if we're to follow the text messages and she was going down to Bethany's room, that she came out of her room and looked and saw somebody on the floor and yelled, said, Xana, is that you? No response. Xana, is that you? No response. And started walking that direction to make sure. Are you okay? Xana, are you okay? And then walked over and even possibly shook Xana to see if she would wake up or respond, and nothing. And that's when, and at that point, I'm going to tell you, you had to have seen the massive, as Mabbott said, pool of blood that Xana was laying in at that point in time.
Yeah.
And that's how you knew it was her, because I still feel like it was dark at that end of the hall. It was like 15 feet away from where she was standing, if not more. And to just glance as you're going by, you're not going to know that, Xana. You're not. I'm sorry, but
No.
I just can't imagine that.
And then what about the footprint in our door?
Yep.
Like, you would
That
have
would
to
make
be
that footprint.
over the doorway. So that means there would be literally nose to nose.
Yeah. Yeah. Agreed. Good point.
And
Very
I
good
think
point.
that's what Anne means about the cleanup as well. And
Mhm.
I've never known an investigation to, if you find, say, like the knife sheath, to ignore the blood that was on it,
Of
but
course.
test for something you can't see.
Yep.
Why would you do that? I couldn't imagine why anybody would think that that's normal. And then the handrail, the gloves outside, like, yes, they're outside, but if the knife sheath had been outside, would they have said, oh, well, it might not have been part of the crime scene?
Right. Right. Yeah. Yeah.
But I remember an original report from the Statesman had said that it had been found in the trash can outside, the knife sheath.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know.
Yeah.
It got
There's a lot.
edited, didn't it? Yeah,
There's a
it was in the Statesman and it was edited
Keep talking,
and
guys. I'm gonna
changed.
grab my coffee. Keep going. I'm sorry.
And then I
So
think when they changed it, I think they said it was under Ethan.
what?
I'll have to look. But I've got that on my page, on the community page thing somewhere about, I showed like the article and what they had edited when they had edited it as well. But they changed it all. And I'm thinking because they chased after when the garbage trucks had went away, they chased after them and pulled them all over. And was that where they found it? But then had to pretend it was at the crime scene. Like, you don't know what to think. There's been too many lies and too many things that don't add up. I think anything's possible. And the same with the DNA. Is it even his? And it shouldn't have doubled. Like when they tested it, the ISP, when they tested it, they found nothing. And then Othram found a total different family name. And then the FBI took over and it doubled in size. And then they announced Kohlberger. So where does that come from in that process? It doesn't add up.
Nothing in this case adds up.
No. And the person who tested it at ISP, her son is a student at U of I. And well, he's in one of the fraternities. So I find that a bit. I find everybody suspicious. It's like everybody's covering for somebody. I mean, was there a group of them? And I don't know. It just wasn't one person. They could not have controlled 2 floors with 4 people all together. It wouldn't work. Even for an assassin, I think they would find that hard. It just wouldn't work.
Mm-mm.
And especially with these difficulties, even more so. I mean, you couldn't even gut a fish. So, I mean, I can't imagine him being able to ninja around the house. And I think the state moved the timeline to 2 to 4 minutes for some reason, saying it was possible that it could be done in that time.
One of the things that stuck with me that WSU mom Kim had put in that we talked about at one point was that, and it stuck with me. It's still with me. She said at some point that everybody around there knew something was going to go down.
Yeah.
That was like a shakedown, okay, and that
Yeah.
everybody knew very early on after it had happened. It was, that they knew the shakedown was going to happen. It just went too far. And I'm telling you at this point, I truly believe that. There's other things that Kim has said in the past that are now coming true, or at least they're believable now. They make sense now.
Yeah.
And that truly made sense to me. It does. Thank you, Busy, so much for that. Great to see you, by the way.
There was quite
Now,
a lot said earlier on that makes sense now, and it didn't at the time. And a lot of people laughed at her and called her a
course.
liar, and
Yeah.
it's turned out that it's been true. So
yes, and what Jen just said here is something that I've been thinking about for about a month now. Okay, I wouldn't be surprised if Xana and Ethan actually showed up with people and it went south. And here's why I think this now. We heard recently, about a month ago, it's when it started floating around inside my head, that they weren't there at 2 a.m. when everybody went up to Kaylee's room to have their little get together at 2 a.m. There was 4 there, 2 not there still. Okay. Hey, Lily, has anyone heard anything from Kim? No, I haven't in a while, Lily. But they had their little meeting upstairs at 2 a.m. They talked about the food, whatever it was. I don't know. But Zane and Ethan still weren't home, and they still weren't home, from my understanding, till 2:30 yet. I feel like it's very possible that they came home. Somebody followed them home, and it started off as a fight, possibly, and everything went too far. That's something I've been thinking about for a while, and it would make sense to me. What the argument was about, I can't hit on that, but we do know that there was a fight between Ethan and Kara. Did verify that when we talked to her at that one point. As did Jasmine, Xana's sister. It did happen, okay? And they left supposedly, blah blah blah. Bethany was there too, okay, and saw that. And then they went somewhere else, and they still were not home till by 2:30 in the morning. Well, we don't have much time after that. We know that Xana's last TikTok, I think it was 3:16 in the morning, and she received a DoorDash at 4 a.m. 3:59. So, did she order the DoorDash? Did she come walking in right before that? Did she come walking in? Did they have somebody there waiting on them to meet them there when they walked in the door? And then this thing ensued there. I mean, these are things that I've been thinking about that could possibly be. Okay. I'm just saying. So there's a few things that really make sense to me at this point. They had that other case of the kid who slept with a knife under his pillow because of frat pranks and bullying. Good God, that scared me. Sorry, folks. And the frats showed up in the mat. Yeah, that did happen. Absolutely, Jen. Good point. I have no idea, Demon. I don't know what's going on.
I also want to know what was the big emphasis on Xana had ordered this DoorDash when it wasn't even on her account.
It was on Ethan's account, right?
So why didn't they just say Ethan had ordered?
Don't ask me. Somebody must have told her. How did they
The
know
bag,
that?
yeah. Well, the bag that was in the window, Like
That
it had
was
the
cool.
sticker on. That sticker was from the cup next to it. It wasn't for that bag.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, that was an older bag. It wasn't the one that they ordered, and from
Yeah.
my understanding. So I
But
got
did that even happen? Because I mean, was Dash really for party drugs?
I don't know. That's a good point. That's a good
Like, I
question.
don't know.
Right. There's a lot.
And then you've got all the fraternities in other places that were like dealing with things. Were they dealing as well? And some things happened, and that was the reason for the shakedown.
Well, like you remember the interview with Dave. Dave
Yeah.
was asked a lot of questions. He answered some. He didn't want to answer some. Two of the questions he was asked, he very clearly answered, and other people reiterated it. Okay, and then it is what it is. But they asked him, "Had you ever known of people from that house to buy drugs?" Absolutely was his answer. Then
Mm-hmm.
he said, "Have you ever known of people to buy drugs from that house?" And he said, "Absolutely." So,
Well, they all had backpacks, and
right.
that's what they put them in.
Well, he also said that it wasn't like what people think either. Like people think that, you're going to the drug dealer and blah, 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 blah. That everybody were there. They were all just friends and they just had these things and would sell them to each other at different points when they wanted them and things like that. It wasn't like going to the drug dealer per se. And
Yeah.
it makes sense that way. I understand that. So, it makes perfect sense to me how that all could have gone down that way per se. Dylan and Bethany not showing up at the they were there, by the way, Isabel. Celebration of life, like their grief was any worse than the families, like I say, bad manners, or they're on bail. Gag, gotcha. They were there. They just didn't want to get on stage and read their eulogy that they read, but they were there from what I understood. They were there the whole time.
I don't think
Um,
Bethany was there because she went to Nevada and didn't come back.
I know at the first memorial that they had for him, I believe I was told that they were there and then that she bolted shortly thereafter and that Dylan went
Right.
her dead thing too. But yeah, you're right about that. Thank you so much, by the way, Isabel. I don't know what that $5 for the super chat. Thank you so much, Isabel. I couldn't see that. I'm sorry. Let me see. Yes, thank you so much for your support.
I also find it strange that we don't hear a lot about Steve Jr. and his situation because he was supposedly at home, but why was he also at home when he should have been at school?
Well, I think the holiday was coming up, I know, but was there another reason that they left early? Good point.
Yeah, it's like, was the family in danger and maybe Kaylee shouldn't have gone back? I don't
Well,
know.
I don't know if that was it because I don't think they would have let her go back if that
There's
was
just a bit of a cloud over,
yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
know, you just don't hear a lot about him. And I
Oh,
find that strange. They talk about the girls all the time and what they're doing and everything, and you don't hear anything about
yep.
what he's doing or where he is or how he is even. Like, yes, we got that update that he was with Chronicles of Olivia, and that was it. But there's been nothing else about him whatsoever.
Right. Right.
Was
No,
he
good
in a
point.
fraternity?
I thought he was.
Yeah.
I'm not 100% sure. Raquel said getting the tattoos is strange to me because they weren't even that close to the victims. I can agree, and I think they did that to I don't want to say to make it look good, but to show the support for what happened because they were there. But at the same time, I agree that they weren't that close, Raquel. You're very, very, very right on that one. And it's interesting to me because they were in completely different circles. Okay. If anything, Bethany would have been in the group with Kaylee and Maddie, and knowing the other friends that we looked into and found, they don't fit. They just don't fit. The circle of them doesn't fit as friends. As roommates, sure, but not true friends, in my opinion. Thank you, Tandy. But yeah, we're gonna check the Banfield out tonight. What you think? Because it was requested, so we're gonna go back over that again. and see different things and other stuff that we may have missed, or if we did see it, does it make any difference now or any more sense now that we've got all this other stuff out in the open? We're going to be looking at that too here shortly. So I really appreciate all you guys being here. Please make sure to hit the like button if you will. Please and thank you. Did you guys realize that Maddie has the wings tat on her arm too, not just the letters? Yeah, that's why they did that, because it was in to mimic the one that she had too, I believe, from what I understood. Good point, SRB. Thank you for that.
I'd
then-
also like to know which camera Olivia seen the girls come back and let Murphy out on, because obviously we've only seen the camera where the car's coming in, but because of the lighting, you can't really see. That could have been any car. Doesn't necessarily mean it was Kaylee and Maddie in the car. And would they have been walking Murphy that way, or would they have just let him out the back or the front? So
Yeah.
what camera was showing that they had let him out? I don't understand that either.
Well, see, the way she explained it, I took that as the house that was directly next door, that had the light bulb cam, is what I thought she stated as far as where she got that footage from. Jeff said the New York Post, the two roommates who survived the University of Idaho have broken their silence by sharing their memories of the four beautiful people in letters read. Yeah, now they were there though. They stated that somebody believed in the beginning that they weren't there, which is why that reverend read them. Then it came out after the fact that they were there. They just couldn't get up there and do the reading themselves. Thanks, Jeff. So there's that.
What if they didn't let them get up there because they didn't want them to mess up?
I don't know. I don't know, Terry. I don't know the true reason behind that, but that's what I was told. Yeah. What else was I going to put up here before we did that? Oh, here's another problem that I have too, guys, that was very interesting to me. If you watched the Dateline episode, from the very beginning, the first day that I covered this case, from the first time that we saw this case, for the first 2.5 years, we were told that Maddie and Kaylee were best friends. They grew up together. They lived together. That Maddie was like a sister to Olivia. That she was like another child to them. Okay, we were told that. Dateline drops this hit piece. Okay, and now all of a sudden, Ashlyn Couch and Maddie are best friends that grew up together. That did everything together. They were the best of friends, so on and so forth. What the hell happened? Now we know there was a detachment at some point between Maddie and Kaylee, but Kaylee went back there. Mainly, Dylan went and brought her back, obviously, but part of the decision she made to go back was to show Maddie her new car, this and that, everything else. So what's true and what's not, you guys? What was the relationship really like between everybody in this house? Who was really friends? Who wasn't friends? You know what I mean? Things like that. And that kind of bothers me that we're just now. We knew who Ashlyn was, but she was never talked about. Not at all through the 2.5 years that we talked about this until we get this thing from Dateline. Now all of a sudden she's like, she was supposed to be there that night and she didn't. And then thank God she didn't, because she could have died too. And all this other stuff. Like, where the hell did this even come from now, 2.5 years into this? Truly, that bugs the hell out of me for some reason. And I'm just saying, it's a problem for me, because we should have been told that. If that's true, that was something that should have been brought out in the beginning, I would think, but it wasn't. And that says something to me. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, and they never mentioned the friendship with EB. That's true. That was new. Just there's a lot of strange. This whole thing is done, in my opinion, a complete 360.
Well, my question is, what would cause two best friends to fall out for months on end?
And not talk for quite a long time. That's
Yeah, and if you look at the socials, it was about a year where they didn't post anything other than birthdays together. And it was old pictures from younger days. It wasn't a brand new picture up until maybe 2021 was the new ones. And they were in a hotel somewhere.
Yeah.
And there's only there's only one main thing, I think, at that age that you would fall out with your friend over. And
hold on. Don't get me wrong, Jeff. You're right about that. That's not what I was saying. Okay. I have a couple of very good friends. That's true. You can have more than one best friend, but why what I'm saying is, why were we never told about the friendship between Maddie and Ashlyn for 2.5 years? Why did it take that long? And then all of a sudden now, here it is. Why wasn't that brought out in the beginning? Why weren't we told that Ashlyn was supposed to spend the night there and she didn't in the beginning? Why did that never come out then? That's the point I'm making. I'm not saying it's not normal to have different friends. Don't get me wrong on that, okay? That's ridiculous. But why
Especially sorority sisters, because they're all pretty close. And Ashlyn did used to live in the house, and she did grow up with Kaylee and Maddie, so she was known to them all. Just they kind of missed a few bits out, and Ashlyn had made a few interviews where she should have said or could have said,
didn't say a word. You're right. And that made me wonder at some point if she was supposed to be there. Was that known by other people? And was she possibly one of the targets too? That's what I'm saying, guys.
Yeah.
It never came out for 2.5 years. We didn't hear nothing about her other than she used to be there. She was supposed to be on the lease, and then she never moved in because she graduated, whatever. Now all of a sudden, boom, we're hit with that. That's weird to me, is all I'm saying.
Well, if she graduated and she was that close, you would think they'd be the same age, right?
Mm-hmm. I believe they were close in age, very close, I believe.
But she never lived in the house did she live there for a while?
She moved out in June.
Yeah, she moved out in June.
Okay. Did she have
and then Kaylee moved in?
Was Ashlyn in Kaylee's room?
Ashlyn moved out and Kaylee moved in. I do believe that's how that went down. Yes.
Is that
Ashlyn had Xana's room, and Xana had the one where the golf clubs was, and she moved into Ashlyn's room. She took over her lease.
Yeah, that's how I understood it too. And then we have Dylan wanting to get a hold. This is still something that really bothers me since we got into this part of the conversation. That Dylan is calling Kaylee, trying to get her to be the her plus one to the Betty Ball. And she called her more than once and didn't get a clear answer because Kaylee didn't know, and this came from the parents' mouth, that she wanted to go back.
It couldn't have been the Betty Ball.
That's what it was for, the plus one for the Betty Ball that they were going to go to.
Because the Betty Ball was not a Pi Phi ball. It was Kaylee's old sorority's ball.
Whatever the dance was. Sorry. I'm sorry. I think
there was two different ones. One was the sorority and one was the Betty's Ball, wasn't it?
The Betty Ball was the one for Maisie.
Yeah.
Sister. I'm sorry. See, I got him confused. Okay. Anyway, you guys know what I meant. But so anyways, then she goes as far as to go clear to her house to get her to do this. Okay. And that's proved by the statement she wrote that they read at the memorial. That's a lot to me, you guys. That's something that will bother me forever because you could have gone with anybody, Dylan. Why did it have to be Kaylee? And why did you have to go there to get her to do this? That's what I don't understand. That's a little bit much to me, okay? Good to see you, Sergeant Matt.
And where had Dylan been? Had she been home? Had she been to her boyfriend's? And how did Dylan get back? Did Dylan travel back with Kaylee? Like, there's a few things that we don't know surrounding that as well.
Exactly.
Yeah,
that's a great
other
question.
point to that. Good point. Excuse me. So yeah, these are all good points. I mean, very good points. And I just, these are the issues that I still have. And it feels like, and it sounds like, and it feels like she lured her back after we see what we see. And I didn't really think that in the very beginning, but with everything else that has happened at this point now and everything else that's come out now, no, Angel, you guys sound both. I can understand you both, but now that
Thank you, Angel D.
Now that we've seen all the other stuff that's come out, now it looks as if that she could have lured her back for whatever reason. I know that sounds insane in some ways, but with everything else that's happened, guys, not really. You know, I didn't like this kind of crazy shit in the beginning, but now that all this other stuff is rolled out, it all makes some sense. It really does. Ashlyn initially signed the lease to live in the popular off-campus home, telling our station that she moved out in May of 22 after graduating. Yeah, That's what I said, Jeff, or June. I'm sorry, I had the month wrong. My apologies. And then Maddie Kaylee had moved in at that point, I believe. So,
But then you've got like that house was said to be sort of when Kaylee had said, "I've made it," to Olivia, "I've made it into this house." It's like as if that house was where all the sororities wanted to end up. So how did Dylan end up there so soon?
right,
As a
right.
freshman.
Yeah,
It's still a Pi Phi. Both she and Bethany were still in.
And I
Pi
thought
Phi.
that the rules, Terry, you were a sorority girl. I thought the
Yeah.
rules were that you were not allowed to not live in the sorority house until
You
you
had
were
to live
senior.
on camp. Well, you couldn't know. Think about it. People were already living in the sorority house by the time you came. You came for Rush.
Yeah,
So you were
right.
already set up in your living quarters in your dorm. You had to
Don't
live
you
on
have
campus.
to live there as a freshman?
I'm sorry.
Isn't the rule that you have to live in the sorority house as a freshman?
No, you don't live in the sorority house as a
Or you
freshman
don't? Okay, got you.
because you don't even become in that sorority until like the week before.
Okay, I understand.
so
I'm
does
with you.
anybody know when Dylan moved in? Because I don't know her date for moving in.
I don't know the exact date that she moved in there.
I've never been able to find that.
I know we talked about it a couple years ago, and I never got like an actual like 100% date on it. No, I didn't say that, Jeff. And I said, see, this is what pisses me off sometimes. You take everything to one extreme or the other, buddy. Come on, chill out. No, I didn't say she did it. I don't think she did it. Okay, did she know about it? I feel like there's a possibility, yeah. And I feel that some people were used in this, Jeff. That's what I'm saying. Okay. And I feel that it's just as possible to believe that Dylan had some involvement as it is to believe that Brian did this. I'll put it that way. Actually,
Alicia's just made a very good comment.
with it, Alicia, women can be murderers too. Yes, they sure could. That's a
No,
fact.
why is it impossible to believe? You believe Brian is a college killer. I like that.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was just saying. Thank you, Alicia. Agreed. I mean, come on. And actually, it's more believable than Brian because we've had so many things point to Brian not being that person and so many things that could point to the involvement of Dylan Mortensen in this, guys. That's why I said that. Truly. Thank you, Alicia. I appreciate
It's
that.
more likely for a female to murder using a knife than it is for a male.
Yeah.
And it's also more likely for somebody to murder somebody with a knife if it's a personal connection rather than a stranger.
Think about how many times that Kaylee was wounded. That was a lot. That seems personal to me. Okay.
Like you have to get up close and personal for each of them. You know, it's not just one. It was all four that he had to, if it was him, had to be up close and personal. And I don't believe he could get that close without leaving anything. To me, it's been somebody whose DNA is already on them and they've got a plausible excuse to say, well, I was with them that night. We hugged. We said goodbye. That's why my DNA is there. And Brian's is just nowhere apart from on a sheath. That is just a sheath is a sheath. The sheath didn't do anything. It's I get that it does look sort of in a bad light because it said that it was from a K-bar, but I mean, how many of the fraternity boys have we seen with K-bars? And that doesn't mean it's them either. It just means it's a common item. So I think it's put into this box that it has to be Brian and it has to be his sheath just because there was a bit of touch DNA on it. Where
I still don't think that it was a K-bar knife, possibly. Just because that sheath is there does not mean that's the weapon. Okay.
To me, it's been placed there on purpose to distract, to take the emphasis off whoever it was, and it's just too neat.
Right.
And Brian, being a criminology student, would know that, and he wouldn't be taking his phone. He knows all about cloud-based forensics. It's just too. I mean, even my son was 12 at the time, and he said he wouldn't dare take his phone. I wouldn't even do that, and that was a 12-year-old.
That makes perfect sense. And Jeff, Dylan's car was spotted speeding away minutes after. No, Jeff, and we know that didn't happen, and we don't know that Brian's car was either. I want you
I
to prove
hope to
to me that's
God,
Brian's
after what
car.
Dylan had drank that night, she wasn't driving the car.
No, he's being sarcastic with this. That there's no proof that it was Brian's car either, bro. None. I want you to show me how that's Brian's car, because it doesn't even look like an Elantra to me. But I'll let that go. But show me that that's Brian's car speeding away. You show me that, and I'll show you that it's Dylan's car. Just saying. That's all I'm saying with that. So anyway,
Even that, how many white cars are on the videos when you see people who have been there, who are there to create content, and there's so many different cars, and all as you can really see is a bit of white and a bit of light,
yeah,
and that
and that's
doesn't
based off of
make that his car.
these cameras. It doesn't even. We don't even know that it was white. I mean,
Yeah,
it does to me. That car that you see driving away quickly, that could be a white car. I don't think it was an Elantra, but that's me. Okay. And it could be another color based on what we know about these damn cameras now. So be it. I don't know. That doesn't even matter to me, because I'll tell you something else. I don't think the car was involved. I don't think that the people, and I'm gonna say this out loud for everybody in the back, the people, which means more than one, that did this were in a car. Okay. If there was a car, I believe it was parked over on Walenta somewhere else or something like that, that they were on foot, went into the back door, did what they did, and back out the back door and out through the back, down the stairs, whatever, and off they went. That's where the car was, in my opinion. I don't believe that any cars driving around had anything to do with this.
well, you wouldn't
No.
park in a dead end one-way system.
No, and here's the thing, Angel, Terry, everybody in chat, let me ask you a question. If you're going to go kill somebody, are you going to drive around and go, hey, guys, here I am. Do you see me? I'm going to drive around in circles. Hey, look at me. I'm here. Do you see me? And then I'm going to go in and kill people and leave. No.
And you're not going to
No.
park either.
No.
You would want to know who was in that house at what times, and
Agreed.
who was going into what rooms when lights were going off. You wouldn't be driving around doing circles and doing whatever. You would be
Drawing
parked
all
up somewhere. You'd be in those bushes. You'd have binoculars, and
Yep.
you would be watching each room, each house, ticking who was going in, who was going out. You would want to know, because
what I'm saying.
potentially with each girl after game night, a night on the drink, there could potentially be a boy in each room with them.
You ain't lying.
So
That-
he needs to know that there's not, because you don't just walk in blindly and just hope for the best when you see 6 cars out front.
Thank you very much.
You just don't.
Anybody you don't even have to have a criminology degree. Common
I'm not a
sense.
murderer, by the way. That isn't.
No,
That's
none of
just
us
a
are. We know
thought.
that. You're good.
Okay,
We
you
know.
do know that there's also an axe contest or competition
The
that
axe
brought
throwing
people from
contest. Certainly do.
all over the
Yeah.
place.
And there was also 2 of them that had like huge scratches on their faces, and there was also 2 fraternities that had huge scratches on their faces. And I don't know.
And it could
You
have
have
been
to
somebody
wonder.
that didn't even live in Moscow or even in the area. It could have been somebody
Yeah.
that came for the axe. I mean, obviously they get adrenaline, or they wouldn't be, throwing axes, or they wouldn't be doing it.
Yeah.
Right.
And then I've got family that's over there, and they had heard, they don't live sort of right there, but they had heard about, do you know how there was the shooting on the other one? Was it Virginia?
Oh, the Virginia Tech
can't-
one. Yeah.
Was
Yeah.
it? Yeah. And they were on the school bus,
Yep. Yeah. I
and they
remember.
had been somewhere, and it was sort of like there was something going on with like sororities and fraternities, and there were certain ones that were to get their shakedown for whatever reason, and 2 of them were getting hit, and it happened.
Yeah, that'd be wild if that was linked somehow, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Really would be. Yeah,
And
these are
was
all.
that why Christy thought it was a shooting to start off with, because that had been the shooting?
Mm-hmm. That would make
Was it a
sense.
crossover with that? I don't know. It might not be linked in the slightest, but it just seems the same night.
Yep.
I don't know. It's
It's interesting. It's very interesting. Like I said, what you think said surrounded by apartments, cameras, BK. That's what I keep saying, and I'm screaming, you guys. This is so stupid. The guy already has a degree, and he's working on, and he's got a master's in this. He's working on a doctorate in it. Okay, come on. And this is just commonsensical stuff. There's my word again that I made up. Anyway, so it doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Like I said, to drive around and draw every bit of attention to yourself that you can and go, here I am. I'm getting ready to go do this. Do you see me? I'm going to drive around again. Do you see me this time? And then go do it, come out and take off. Like nobody's going to see that because it's a weekend. It's a college. There's people all over the place that would see this. That is so stupid. But if you don some black clothing and hoodies and ski masks or whatever, and you run up through the back part of the parking lot, in through the back door that you know is unlocked, okay, where nobody's going to see you, in you go. Do your business and out you go back down through. Boy, that's kind of interesting to me. That's how I would hide if I wanted to do something so that nobody would have to do.
Why would you pick this house? Okay. Do you remember
exactly.
Steve saying on Daniel's interview? I
It
believe it
wasn't
was
the
Daniel.
house. Wasn't the house.
One of the reasons the house was so popular for kids, the girls to live, because he said, "Oh, Haley was so excited to live in it. It was the most popular house on the street. It was close to everything. It was
party
close,
house. That's why, right?
right. It was close to the football field. They had a football game that day. I mean, I'm sorry, but it's going to be busy. Why would you pick a busy night to do this?
Why wouldn't you do it on Halloween where you could get away with being like in a mask?
Exactly.
And you could walk into any party at any time and nobody would question it because you would just be the person in a mask. Nobody would know. So why wait and do it?
Yeah. I mean, there's so many whys.
Like it was for a reason. This
Yeah.
wasn't just random. And if it was, he wouldn't have picked a house so open, so lit. You know, like that. That's just not what perpetrators do. They don't do that. They want somewhere secluded, dark, somewhere they can do what they want to do without the risk of being caught.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know.
Yeah, and then I don't like how Judge Hippler said, "Well, don't bring." He was talking about bringing in guns, and he's like, "Oh, well, we won't have to worry about that because it was a knife anyway."
And anybody who knows anything about crime knows you start from the lower levels and you work your way up. You don't start upstairs and then get trapped.
I want to know why.
Like it doesn't make sense.
Do you remember when? Oh God, what was his name? The manager of the grub truck was talking on Twitch, and he said, "Yeah, people have fallen from up there before."
He said quite a few strange things.
Yeah, he did. Yes, he did. And I'm trying to figure out, was somebody up on Kaylee's, was somebody standing someplace and entered a different direction or needed to get down?
There was the other one as well. He had said something, the one who was packing the food.
Oh yeah, what did he say? They're bitches.
They're dead or something. I don't know. He said he like mouthed something and it looked like I'd have to go back. Somebody had done a video on it. I can't remember what he said, but it was like really eerie and like, oh.
What was it you guys said again? I misheard you. I'm sorry.
At the grub truck, just some of the things that was being said on Twitch, like they were just being weird. Yeah. And it was like as if they were saying like you're dead or something like that, or
I
was
don't know.
something.
I mean, I respect what anybody sees at the grub truck. I went through that for so long. I don't see anything there, but that's me. That doesn't mean nobody else did. So
What's your thought on why Joseph, the manager at the grub truck, said on Twitch, and he said, "Oh, sorry, I was on Twitch." So we know he was on Twitch because he said it.
they
But
have the live feed going every time they're live or they're
right,
there.
why did he say, "Yeah, a lot of people have fallen off that before"?
Huh?
Remember, Joseph
He
said
said what?
that a lot of people have fallen from there before.
I didn't hear the whole thing, but maybe they were just talking about somebody standing on something and they fell off of it or something. That's all. I don't know. They had a lot of
They had to
conversations
switch
going
him?
on. Why? What did you think it was?
I don't know. I'm just thinking that I see people standing on houses over there. There's a balcony high. They don't have stairs in the backyard.
I don't know. I don't think it meant anything to do with this.
And the other thing is that I'm so tired of listening to. We still are talking about a stalker, still to this day, a stalker. And Bill completely got up there and went Rambo, saying, they weren't being stalked.
There was no stalker. No stalker. I don't believe
But
it.
why did the vape shop insert yourself into
Yeah.
saying that? It's like somebody told him to say that. And Steve had done an interview, and Christy, I believe, where they both said Kaylee wasn't being stalked. If she was, they would know about it. And then suddenly something changes, and then suddenly they say she was being stalked. It's like so many lies and different accounts at different times. And we follow it regularly every day, so we can keep up with these things. But other people who are just watching the likes of Dateline or News Nation, they're only getting like selected, cherry picked stories of how this went down and what happened and who was where and when, where we've seen a whole different side of it, which is why we think it doesn't make sense.
Sure. Absolutely. I understood.
The other thing that I thought,
you make plenty of sense with everything that you brought up tonight, Angel.
absolutely.
Thank you, Tony. I appreciate the email, bro. I don't know what you're looking at. I had somebody else send that to me as well. I don't know. Listen, it is interesting, okay? Because of what it is. I just don't know that there's any involvement on that aspect. That's just my opinion with the grub truck thing. I mean, I don't know that they would even. I mean, they know who they are because I know that when they got there, the two girls got there. Joe said hello again, so he's seen him before. Okay, but everybody goes to this place. Obviously, I heard.
And enough where Kaylee thought she had saved enough points to use to get a free meal. So
yeah. That'll tell you
that means you've been probably at least 5 times.
Yeah.
At least.
At least, and it's a regular. You know, they go to these bars, they go to the food truck, they go home. They go to the bars, they go to the food truck, they go home. This is what you do. You know, it makes sense. So it could be, but the video, and I know exactly what you're talking about, Tony, because somebody showed me this before. It's interesting. There's a wall of knives inside the grub truck that they use for cooking. I get it, and they're quite interesting to look at. I just struggle with the fact that there was involvement there only because I never saw anything else that would link any of them to this situation. I just don't get it. If there is, I'm not saying it's not possible. Anything is possible at this point, you guys. I just don't feel that there is a link there. But it's an interesting video. I'll say that much for sure. And I appreciate you sending it to me, bro. What is this? You may believe people can't make up their own minds and they only go with what they hear. I don't see it that way, but I respect. I don't know what you mean by that, Jeff, but it's okay. Anyways, it's a good conversation.
Okay, here's a question, Jeff. You tell us who you think did it. What happened?
We already know who he thinks did it. Brian Koberger.
Okay. What was the motive?
Who did he think it was before Brian Koberger's probably a better one?
I don't think he thought it was anybody. It was Brian Koberger the whole time until, there was nobody else to point it on at that point. I don't ever remember Jeff saying anybody besides Brian. ever.
And
from
what
the
was the
beginning.
motive?
What's the motive, Jeff? Why do you think Brian did this? That's what they want to know. Yeah, I remember that. Hunter.
Everybody's waiting for the response.
I know. Now he's gone.
Julianne,
Du-du-du-du-du-du-du.
supposed accounts were fake. No motive, no connection. There was zero connection. Zero. Are you? Did you hear my question, bud? About the motive as to why Brian did it. What's your thoughts on it?
Yeah,
And
what's your motive?
nobody's attacking him, please. Okay, just let him express it.
I would love to know.
I like hearing opposition to what I feel on things too, and I just don't want anybody attacking anybody that does that. So you say anything is possible with regards to the grub truck, but me pondering on. I didn't say you weren't right. I said I don't think so. It doesn't make sense. That's what I'm saying. I said I don't. It doesn't make sense. And Jeff, I just said I don't believe that there is a link. I said anything's possible, but I don't think that the grub truck had anything to do with it. If you heard what I said, you're only picking up certain things that I'm saying to fit your narrative, bro. Come on now. I'm being decent.
We just asked you a question. What is your reasoning?
Your motive, Jeff. That's what what do you think Brian's motive was? That's what they were asking.
And then Keith Morrison, like we've just shown earlier, had said about Shane Bishop gathering all the information from a list of people on the inside, and he's got connections to many law enforcement officers. And Keith had also said the defence weren't answering him. So the likelihood of it being Jay or any of the defence team is next to nothing compared to it being law enforcement. And I think Judge Hippler knows that as well. Hence what was written in the motion compared to what was written in the defence's motion.
Yeah. Agreed. Let me see here.
It's like trying too hard to want it to be the defense. Like, I think if you do think it's Brian, you find it too hard to not be open to the fact it can't be. Where the people who think it probably isn't Brian are still open. If we hear that right bit of information, we are open to it being him.
Of course. Of course.
But
Is there anybody else
it
here that
yeah,
believes that Brian did this besides Jeff? And
it would
please
have to fit. But
speak up.
the people who think it's Brian, they've got no room for anything other than it was Brian.
They
And they'll
won't hear
go
it.
to
Yeah.
hell and back with this, that, and the third of everything hating on him.
Anything that anybody has brought out and said why it wouldn't make sense if it was Brian, they will fight and die on that hill that it was Brian. It doesn't matter. Anything. And we're open to hearing other things. I have been from the beginning. Please show me what makes you think this. Please show me what gives you that idea. As I explained to you why I believe this, you explained to me, and I can't see it at this point. I tried. You guys know that. For those of you that have been around a long time, Terry, you've been here for a long time. You know that I tried to find Brian's guilt in this. I sat on the fence. I truly did want to find this, and guess what? I can't do it.
And here we are.
Yeah, no, I agree. None of us want a killer loose on in a college town or anywhere.
I just want truth. Just want truth.
Right. I mean, why would we fight for somebody that may have killed 4 people?
Exactly. We just wouldn't.
Exactly.
We wouldn't. Unless you're
like, I got interested in this case because I've got 3 kids, 2 of them who are the same ages as what the girls were, well, and Ethan, and you know, it hits home, and that's what made me think, you know, if you can't even send them to school and come back. And when they arrested Brian, I thought the same as everybody else, you know, like, you monster, how could you do that? And then the PCA dropped. and then the penny dropped, and I was like, "This isn't him." And I thought, I can't be thinking this. And the more I sort of looked into it, I ended up on different channels looking, and because I never really used to use YouTube very much, and I had to keep looking and searching because I was like, this doesn't make sense. And that's how I found all you guys, I suppose. But you just hope that there was something that you were missing and that he was, but it's just you a bit of DNA on a sheath is nothing. It's touch DNA. We've all got people's DNA from people who we've been in contact with this week in our house, on our bodies, and that's just the way it is. I mean, you've got that one who had been in an ambulance and he was then accused of murder, even though he was in hospital because the next person had died and his DNA ended up underneath his fingernail from using the oxygen reader.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
That's the case that
Yeah.
I've referred to multiple times.
Lucas Anderson, was it? I
Yeah,
think.
Lucas Anderson. It was the O2 sensor that gets put on your finger. It was transferred from there to
Yeah.
from the guy that did it. Boom, because of the paramedic situation. And
Yeah.
it happened. It truly
Doesn't
did
it
happen.
make you wonder that the military doesn't allow touch DNA to be used as the only evidence to convict somebody? That should tell you something.
Yeah. It's not really, touch DNA isn't really used in the UK whatsoever. If this case was in a court here, well, I don't really see it making it as far as it's made it here on the evidence.
I don't know how it has made it here that far.
No. Which is another reason why I've continued following it. This wouldn't happen here. And we've got really sort of broken systems as well. It's not perfect in any way, but you know, when you follow true crime, and I know bits about real crimes, it wouldn't fly here. It just wouldn't.
Mm-mm.
You know, and I've spoke to people, you know, in murder investigation teams here, and when I've told them about the case, they looked into it and they just laughed, and they were like, "How's that even possible? Like, we would not arrest somebody on that. You know, like you would arrest them and you would ask them some questions, but then you would let them go. Where they've just went the whole 9 yards on him, and why didn't they do that on the first person who was the suspect? You know, it must have been, I'm assuming, from the cigarette butt. Whoever that was enough for them to think it was him. So why didn't he get the full thing, the full treatment? Where was his family tree?
Why didn't they enter the 3 unidentified DNL or DNA males into CODIS before they ever found Brian?
Well, exactly. And I mean, they've said because it would knock the other one off.
Yeah.
That's just bizarre.
But they didn't
I
have
mean,
Brian then.
That's
So-
like saying, like, right, it's fine for 5 people to murder somebody because only one person will get caught, and only one person, like, that wouldn't happen. And why, I still can't get over why you would have pain running it.
Yeah,
It's just, you just wouldn't. He's never done a murder case. He's only been there a few years. I get the military background, that type of thing, but why wouldn't he be on point as somebody to offer sort of critical advice here and there, not to be your front and centre of the investigation, not to be the lead, and then for him to be on the stand and say, I don't know,
my favorite
don't
is
recall, can't remember,
favorite
where
is-
we know all of the dates, so why doesn't he?
not only do we know the dates, I've never even been to Moscow, okay?
Exactly. I could probably walk around I can see the map in my head of the streets. And it's like,
When
but
Pam
you
was
don't
asked,
know? Yeah.
Do
And
you
it's
know
like,
what's Moto? Was it oh gosh, something. I just had a mental block, but blank Moto. It's a company that's directly behind practically the police department. And he said, no, not off the head, not off the top of his head.
oh, the Mondays machine.
Yeah, thank you, Monday's
Yeah.
machine. And he said, no, he'd never heard of it.
Yeah. And I was like,
Are you
you know, if you
kidding
just drive 500 yards, you'll see it.
Why don't you reopen the shades?
It's like, oh, I just, it doesn't give you a lot of confidence. If he can't sit on a stand and give correct and precise answers to certain questions, then he's not a lead investigator. Like, when he said he didn't know who had this, he didn't know who had that. As a lead, he should have been delegating every single item that needed done, looked at, interviews done. He should have been known who was doing what, where, and when. And then a team sort of bring a summary, you know, so no information was being slipped through the net. And he just didn't seem to know anything. It just wasn't handled the way it should have been.
Nope. But they sure did a dog test.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, he did that.
Let's do the dog
I
test.
mean,
It's gonna cost us $500,000.
but then what I want to know is, did he use Murphy?
Did he use Murphy? How did he use it? Was the door open?
Because,
Was the window
yeah,
open? Well, actually,
because I've got 2 dogs and both of them bark differently. So how could you say Murphy would do this because this dog did this? You know, they've probably used the canine dog from the canine unit that they've got, and that dog is a total different dog to Murphy. And even if they use Murphy, he wouldn't be under the same circumstance of distress as he should have been that night.
exactly.
And I don't understand the no blood, because I can't even go for a shit without my dogs following me.
I can't
Pardon my
either.
French.
They all headbutt the bathroom door. I'm like, for God's
Yeah.
sake, get out.
One of them knocks on the door and I'm like, really? You know, so I don't see a world in where that dog would have no blood.
I don't either. There's no way
That
that dog
doesn't make
was up
sense
in the room. Not
unless he wasn't there.
he either wasn't there or he was drugged.
Yeah.
And I'm I
It's
want
the
to know
only
where
way.
the applesauce came, the little, jar, the little, snack, applesauce snack that Christy said was because they hadn't cleaned out Kaylee's bath or her trash can in her room, and it was in there. Half of it was still in there, and I'm wondering if they drugged him with some, put something in that.
Yeah. They
But
made an emphasis
again,
of mentioning it, yeah, I suppose.
but they could have checked that though. But then again, if they didn't even take things out of it, I'm sure they didn't check it.
But they should have
What's your
been
thought,
checking it to
Diego?
see if the girls were drugged with anything. And why are they using the time of the crime based on Dylan and Bethany's text messages? Because it should be based on the body temperature.
There should have been a true time of death put down. They should have done a liver temperature.
Yeah, you've got the thermal one. They've got so many different ways of finding time of death
and they never
from
did.
your body, yet they use their phones. When does that happen?
Well, first of all, that was very important that Kathy McButt got there early, because that could have cleared one up. One question that was brought up in this is, were they waiting to make the 911 call to make sure everybody was dead?
Yeah.
Well, Kathy McButt should have been there, and she could have answered that question, and that would be one question off the table, right? And two, isn't she the one that said a toxology report didn't matter?
Didn't matter.
Right?
It's like the 7 minutes comment doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm. it doesn't matter. Yet, if you watch her interview, they said, "Do you know what time of death that that they died?" And she's like, "Well, no, we won't know anything until the toxicology report." Explain that one to me.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, because toxicology should be one of the most important things, and everything should have been tested. Like, what was the 113 items that was tested? What were they? Because that should have been 113 items per person, not per house.
She looks
That's just
scared
not
when
enough.
she was talking. Either she is just a really shy person, a really bad person, or she looked, because she kept looking sideways, like like she was looking at people.
I've seen her doing other interviews, and she's full of life, confidence. Like,
Really, that's a
yeah,
great. I'm gonna pull that up. What's her name?
and this
Kathy.
one, they might not even be on anymore because people made comments about it. Why was she so nervous, fidgety? Like, it's like she didn't
Really?
know what she was saying. Where other ones, I mean, she's had to stand in front of people to kind of say why she should be where she is. Did she
That's
just sit and twiddle her fingers and thumbs then? Because that wouldn't give you a very good thing of, "Oh, yes, she should be the coroner," because she sits and twiddles her thumbs and looks nervous. She would have to sort of be radiant, give a bit of confidence, speak clearly, consistently, everything. And she gave the opposite of that. And it was just strange.
Well,
It
what
was
if?
uncomfortable.
Okay, so that goes back to one of my older questions was at the vigil, the girls were apparently there, but they didn't speak. And we've got Hunter Johnson. All he talks about is what an alcoholic, um, and how much money Ethan owes. What if they had been coached and they couldn't trust those two girls to get up and do it because of, I don't know why.
Well, it seems quite plausible why. I mean, yeah. But I don't get why he did say, like, why didn't he say positive things? It was quite negative to say those things.
Mm-hmm.
And the same on the 911 call. Like, I'm not saying that it was deceptive, but if you know what deceptive 911 calls sound like, obviously 999 for the UK here, but that would be where you kind of try and say at the time where you were, what happened, to give a narrative, and then also you kind of victim blame or shame. Like, she was drunk, she was passed out, to blame the victim herself. And
Mm-hmm.
that's kind of the things that they did. Like, well, she was drunk, she passed out. By the way, there was a man here. Can I just tell you what happened at 4 a.m.? And I don't know who did somebody tell them to say that, or it just doesn't ring true the way it's all happened. And I've never known a town anywhere with any kids who have lost people close where they've all just went radio silent. It does not happen.
Not like that. I agree.
It does not happen. You see posts of condolences and pictures and memories and so many different things, where I did see a one that Ashlyn had done. I seen a one Emily had done. It was like selective people were allowed to post a condolence thing and nobody else did.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And that was strange, because I mean, every other time that you see somebody who's lost a life, you see so many different, just streams and streams of posts from people, to offer support, love, everything. And it was like that town was shut down and silenced. And I mean, the rumor
So,
had been
you
that
just said
Green
something
had pulled them in and give them all a non-disclosure thing, a sign that they couldn't speak because it would ruin the case and whatever. But is it for a different reason?
I mean, you just said something that is so just fitting. It's like the whole town was locked down and silent.
Yeah, it is.
Period. Even to this day.
Yeah, and there's only certain people allowed to speak, and it's the same people. You only see the same people, like maybe it's a year apart, I suppose, but like Ashlyn had spoke quite early on, and then our mother, and then the two of them again with the foundation thing. And it's just certain people at certain times, and the rest, they don't say a word.
Mm-hmm.
Where's all the teachers?
Yes.
Where's all the frat brothers? I mean, there was an interview where 4 of them sat there.
Well, and then you've
But
got Green, who wrote that safety book, right? How to be safe on campus, all that kind of stuff.
yeah,
But right after it goes out, he closes all the safety places in Moscow. Now explain that one to me.
but at the start, can you remember things about how Brian had said he had an idea of what would make students safer, and he had been gathering evidence and data, and he'd been doing research and things like, had he found something, that was so unsettling that they thought, right, we'll have to get rid of him?
A lot of people think that too.
Yeah,
That's been talked about a lot. That how and why was Brian the one that ended up with this? Did he run into something that was being that he was involved in the criminology stuff, did he find out something that he shouldn't have, and therefore in turn that's what happened? And a lot of people believe that could be a possibility.
yeah.
Agreed. By the way, thank you, whoever donated to the Cash App. Thank you so much. Very much appreciated. Whoever it was said it's not much, but every little bit counts, folks. It all adds up eventually. So thank you very much.
What?
God bless. We don't expect anybody to do that, but we do appreciate it because, like I said, it all adds up, and that's how I pay the bills here, is through the Cash App, stuff like that, to keep the internet running and all that. So thank you, and God bless very much.
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to scream, but I was reading Tomboys.
Typically unique. Welcome, by the way. What did Tomboy say? Sorry.
Breaking news: 2 officers shot in Ohio. Suspect still at large.
Where?
I don't know.
What part of Ohio? Shit.
I don't know. That's why I said.
I don't even see her thing. Wait a minute here. Hold on. Give me a quick minute, folks. Let me see if I can post something.
You better check in case it's near you.
That's
Yeah, my
one thing.
luck, they're on the outside of my house. Yeah, par for the course.
Hang on. Just make sure it ain't nobody I know either. That's another thing.
I don't know if I'd tell people that. Oh, you mean the policeman or the person that's shot?
The police.
Either.
Now, I have a lot of police officers or friends that are police officers, family members too. So, Mifflin Township police officers. This is from a day ago. It says 54 minutes ago near Columbus. Hang on. Not to interrupt this, but just a quick look here. Hold on. Yeah, here. Franklin County, that's Columbus. Let's see here. 2 Mifflin Township police officers were shot Wednesday night, according to the president of the police union. Franklin County Sheriff's Office dispatcher confirmed 2 officers responded to the area of the 2000 block Cleveland Avenue Wednesday before 7. Well, this has happened a while
Cleveland
ago.
Avenue?
Yeah, up near Columbus.
Oh,
Officers
Cleveland Avenue
are
right here.
also reported to be in the area of Purdue Avenue, Mecca Road. A short distance, there is no word whether the scenes are connected. And Brian Steele, president of Fraternal Order Police, were taken to the hospital for treatment. No further information at this point. In addition, Franklin County Sheriff's Office, Mifflin Township, and Columbus Police responded. The police helicopter was seen circling. That's all I can see at this point. So hope to God they're okay. That's not near me though. That's more definitely south from me. So anyway, thank you, Tomboy, for the update.
The world is just so evil now.
It is. It's horrible. Laylo Lisa, hello and welcome. Well, anyway, guys, I was gonna, because we don't have much time left here, I wanted to throw this up tonight, go through a little bit of this real quick, and we can come back to it some more tomorrow, but I just want to get through a little bit of it tonight if we can, and see what we got going on here. This is the Banfield video for those of you that don't remember this or didn't know it because you're newer to the case, and that's pretty much, we're gonna kind of follow this and see what we got here. Thanks again for joining us up here tonight, Angel. I appreciate you very much.
Oh, it's nice to be up. I was a bit nervous and still a bit nervous
you're
now, but it's just.
No, you're doing amazing.
I
Absolutely
think once I get started, it was just I've got so much to say. It drives me crazy.
No, I understand. A lot of people do. Yeah,
a lot of people know about the case here, so it's like I've got the whole family demented, and they're like, "Can you shut up about Brian Kohlberger?" I'm like,
No, I
Like
got
they
you.
think
All
this
right.
guy.
it's quite a good release for me.
No, absolutely. It's wonderful. You're doing amazing, so don't be nervous.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. All right, let's check this out. Hang on, I don't want to run this one. This is the wrong one I grabbed. I have like 4 of these, so give me 1 second. Sorry, guys. This is the quick one. One second. There's so many different versions of this too. Jeez. Hold on. It might be on this one here. I think this might be it. Hold on, guys. What's up, Eminem? Good to see you tonight. Thank you for joining.
Oh, that's lovely too. Somebody put police chief escaped from Arkansas prison. He is a murderer and a rapist. Lovely.
All right, here we go. I wanted the full video, so I had to pull up this different version of it. All right, here we go. And let me know if there's any issues with the audio.
ID on you?
I don't.
Okay.
I'll take it back to my apartment.
Come over here, talk to me.
Here we go.
Moscow PD. Hey, is that beer?
What's up?
Is that beer in your hand?
Yeah, I'm 21.
You got the ID on you?
I don't.
Okay.
I'll take it back to my apartment if you need.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Huh? No, they just took off. I told them to stop, but I'm not going to push it.
Hey, Moscow, wait.
Yeah, you got your ID on you?
I don't.
Okay. I'm going to grab your info just because you got beer and you're walking around with it.
No, it's closed. But
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
I live like right there. I'll take it back if you need.
No, we're just doing alcohol enforcement and running around with beer across the street.
No worries. Sorry about that.
You're good. What's your last name? Date of birth.
2001. Like,
How'd you pull that one off? That's an awesome birthday.
yeah, lucky birthday.
You got a driver's license?
I don't have it.
What? No, in general.
I do have one, yeah.
What state is it through?
Idaho.
Idaho. Okay. So I'm just gonna check if everything's good. Since they're not open, I'll let you hang on to them.
Okay.
So-
Will I get charged with anything?
No,
or-
no.
Okay. Appreciate it.
But it's just enough for me to stop, check, make sure you're 21,
No worries.
walking
Yeah,
around
I
here in
get it.
public.
Alrighty.
Moscow 77, check one. What's that?
Am I gonna take off or?
No, let me run this through dispatch. Make sure you're actually 21 and give me a fake birth date or anything. $2,001, 2001, male threat Idaho.
That's pretty cool, doesn't it?
Well, yeah.
I won't lie to you. That's funny.
Yeah, I think that's the first one I've seen.
Yeah.
One. So if that comes back good, yeah, you're free to go. Are these your boys?
No, I don't know them.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Just hang on, man.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, wait till dispatch comes back and says you're good.
Alright, no worries.
You guys taking off on me?
I didn't hear you. So
Yeah,
I'm
we
sorry
thought you
about
were
that.
talking.
You all three turned around and I pointed my flashlight and you said, hey, come here. You guys all turned around and walked away.
I thought it was just like a fake person, honestly. Yeah, like
How many fake people are out here that you've experienced?
Something, someone trying to flex us.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah, God, I didn't.
How's your night going?
Oh, pretty good.
That's good.
Just trying to stay warm.
Is that y'all's car right there?
Yeah.
Undercover.
Well, just trying to save gas. They downgraded us from patrol cars.
Gotcha.
They gave us hybrids to save on fuel.
There you go.
Smart move, smart move.
Yeah. All right.
Does anybody else think that was a strange statement? Is that maybe he's joking? I always did have issue with that whole thing. Like they
He
downgraded.
lied.
That car isn't hybrid. I've got the things that shows it's not.
What's that?
Like the Carfax thing.
Oh no. It's not a hybrid, but he said I think he was joking with him or something, or it just doesn't make sense. Where he said the echo's back. God damn it. Okay. Make sure you guys are all muted up here, okay? Whenever this is playing. Anyway, I just thought it was strange that they would answer with that. That's their answer. That they downgraded us from patrol cars to save money on gas. That is the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life. Nobody would do that. So
Definitely not.
anyway, just
I called. He did not.
that's BS in my opinion. I don't know. What they're doing is they're trying to be sneaky so nobody sees them coming. That's why they did that. That's my opinion. I'm just saying. So, but anyway, all right. Try to make sure you two are muted and see if that stops the echo, guys. Let me know.
Yeah, I did mute when it was on.
Okay, thank you.
Once dispatch lets me know that actually exists, I'll catch you this. All right.
No worries.
You guys over at which department did y'all come from?
I don't know. I was at a friend's house.
I couldn't tell you the numbers.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you know the person hosting the party?
Some guy named Matt, I think.
Okay.
I couldn't tell you. You're in the middle. What's your first name?
Okay, thanks, Alicia. And mind you, the volume was cut for this. For those of you that didn't know, it'll come back in a minute. Welcome, True C.
Yeah, it's a little.
What was the audio at on this? Hang on, guys. It just popped up. How is it? Okay, this is weird. It popped on and then it went back off again. Why? This makes no sense. Are you guys hearing the audio on this? Ah, here we go. Okay, sorry guys.
But it's more than a couple beers.
6 at most.
Okay. What about you?
8.
Yeah. That's more accurate of an answer, I think. 2 is, yeah, it's a little low.
Oh, no.
So, 6 to 8 for all of you?
Probably, yeah.
Some more shots?
No shots.
Okay. What kind of beer?
Bush Light.
Bush Light?
Yeah, I didn't natural lights.
All right. Let's try one more time. Was it really 6 to 8 or a little more than that?
16.
Okay.
Oh, no, for me, okay. All right.
$59.77. Are you going to be issuing? Copy. I'll bring him over and write out one myself. All right, guys. Come on over here. All right. If you guys all want to stand somewhere in this area, don't run off on me. None of you guys are 21. It's one thing to drink in an apartment where no one can see you. It's another thing for us to drive by and see you guys absolutely stumbling down the roadway. Okay? So likely what's going to happen, because you're all underage, what grade are you guys in? What year are you?
Freshman.
You guys are all freshmen?
Yeah.
Okay. You guys had any cop talks or anything like that with our 2 campus officers?
Yeah.
Buzinski, Morris? Okay.
Yeah.
So none of this is a surprise. They've explained this all. They've given all the warning, stuff like that. Okay?
Sure.
So you guys are going to hang out for me. I know it's cold. I apologize. We'll try to get through this as quickly as we can. We're going to get you some citations and we'll catch you loose. Okay?
Sounds good.
Sounds good? All right. Good. Negative. He's been released from the scene. Thank you, though.
Homeboy lied to you.
What's that?
Homeboy lied to you.
No, he showed me a picture of it. I don't know if it was a 2-part blast, and I don't know if I messed that up, but he showed me a valid picture of his ID. I could even see the hologram in it. You want to give me one of their info and I'll start?
I got his address in front of building 1.
Okay. Actually, go ahead with that.
Thank you, SRB.
I ran him yet.
You have not? Okay.
Awesome, Mike. George and your Tom, first weekend, and your Tom, and your Tom, and your Tom,
Thank you so much for the super sticker, Cat. God bless. I appreciate that so very much. And thank you for being here with us tonight. I appreciate you. Nana Cow, welcome. Good to have you here as well. Thank you for joining us. Says no tests, nothing. They didn't look intoxicated to me either. In my opinion, how can the cops say that they are stumbling all over? I may have missed it. I didn't see that, but maybe we couldn't see it. I don't know, but I just thought that was an excuse to bug them. That's my opinion. I've been bothered like that when I was younger too, trying to get me to, but whatever. Kind of entrapment per se, because they know they're going to be younger kids drinking, doing stuff like that. It's just a thing. More fines to have to pay to the court system for more money to the courts,
08102004, and also with
For this guy? You're good. Gonna be the last of Regan, Robert, Edward, George, Adam, Nora, first of Peter.
That's what we had looked into. I believe somebody found that means that their tickets were they were pretty high, which again is insane to me for college kids for just not even really truly having an issue. But that's ridiculous. It's like I said, it's almost like it's like a scam to try to get more money for the college once again, because that's where that money goes. It's ridiculous. Welcome, Good Trouble. Good to see you tonight.
Peter, common spelling, middle B boy. DOB is 2003, Milford, Idaho.
23604. You see what I'm saying? They're standing here. They're not swaying. They're not falling down. They're standing there perfectly fine. They don't look even remotely intoxicated to me, but okay.
Do you write these MIC or MIP? We're code 4, thank you.
Put 701 Taylor address.
Okay. Sorry guys, almost done. You're on December 1st? Okay. Here's your ID back.
Thank you.
So it's infraction ticket, so it's not a misdemeanor, nothing criminal, just like that.
Okay, cool.
Your info's up here. Driver's license information.
Yes, sir.
Charge can be minor in consumption.
Okay.
Idaho code. Here's the location. My info down here. So that you need to have this either contested or paid by the 1st of December, 2022 at 8:30.
Do you know how much that would be?
At the courthouse, I do. If you could sign on the yellow there,
Yes, sir.
the charge for MIC MIP is $487.50.
Okay.
So, perfect. Thanks, man.
Thank you.
I'll get you your copy here.
Thank you.
Any questions for me? With that, yeah, you're good to go.
Thank you.
Perfect.
Have a good day.
Yeah, you too, man. All right, guys, almost done with yours. Either you've been issued an MIC or MIP citation before? Okay. You started the third one? Okay.
Does anybody have any specific issues with this so far, or anything you need me to back up for, or do you want to watch the whole thing and then discuss it at that point? Like I said, we're probably going to come back to this again tomorrow night and review more of this. We just didn't have a whole lot of time for it tonight, but I don't think there was any snow on the ground at that point, Mittens. It didn't snow till after the fact, so they want us to save gas, but we leave the car. Thank you. Good point. Yes, very good point. Thank you, Elise. I never did understand why the 3 or 4 or 4 or 5 people that jogged by, they didn't even question them. Didn't even look at them. And there's 2 cops there. That was interesting to me. The whole always has been. Never will understand.
Sorry, guys. I know it's cold. Like I said, it's one thing to drink inside, I'm sure. I mean, we've all been to college. We've all been there. But it's another thing to be very publicly intoxicated and kind of bring this conversation on you. So
the problem is they're not very publicly intoxicated. As you can tell, they're not falling down, laughing, acting like jackasses. Nothing. They're just standing there perfectly straight. Guys, I remember being that intoxicated where I was on the ground crawling, okay? None of that's happening here. This is crazy. It makes no sense to me whatsoever. Okay, Terry, have a good night, and thank you for joining us up here. I appreciate you very much. We'll see you again next time, hopefully. Excuse me.
that being said, not the end of the world. So just an infraction, not a criminal charge, nothing like that. So
I appreciate it.
Yeah. In the future, I know it might seem like it's weird that cops walk around in plain clothes, but we do have a job to do. So if I yell at you guys, hey, come talk to me, probably should go that route instead of walking away. All right.
Okay, but if they're wearing plain clothes, how did they know that they were cops? They're in an unmarked car in plain clothes. If I didn't know them, I wouldn't turn around and I wouldn't have stopped either. I don't know if somebody's trying to start something with me. That's kind of crazy. I've always been more concerned about the ones that were sneaking. Yeah, agreed. They never said one word to them. Didn't even look at them. That blows my mind.
You guys all live at the same frat?
Yeah.
Which is?
That's what I'm saying. Look, everybody, Alicia said I wouldn't have. Good Trouble, Fizzy, Kent, nobody would have stopped. 2 guys that are standing there with plain clothes on. Come here, talk to me. Who are you? No, I don't know you. Are you going to try to rob me? You're going to start some shit with me? I don't know you. So no, I'm not going to stop. So there's no reason that they should be anything should be said to him. And the kid made a point when he said, well, you thought maybe you were fake or something. And then he makes a smart ass comment about it. It happens all the time, bro. So don't act like it's not an abnormal thing, you know? It's insane. I'd have never stopped. And this was bullshit. Like I said, I heard that they dropped threw the tickets out. But the point is that they just didn't need to do this. And I've always wondered why this went down like this, you know? It's just something's not right with that.
What's you guys' tradition with flipping a car at the beginning of each year?
I snapped in, so I didn't join like a month in.
Oh, really?
You mean, like the car bash?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just an event for Rush, so that we can get kids over there, you know. Beating up the car is fun and all. Pickaxes and sledgehammer.
Well, we see it every year in the morning. We drive by and we go, holy shit, someone's got some cleanup to do. So
Yeah.
Right on.
Yeah.
Who gets to give up their personal car for bashing?
They just buy it.
Oh, really?
Sure.
Buy a junker? Okay.
Probably like, I don't know how much that would be.
Probably not more than a couple $100.
Yeah. It didn't drive, so.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Probably less than what you guys pay in a weekend of beer for a good party, you know what I mean?
Yep. Good point.
Seems to be a pretty slow weekend. I was expecting it to be busier with
I'm pretty sure it's.
the football game and Saturday. Like I was expecting busy, but this seems slow.
Yeah.
It was weird.
Yeah.
People are inside because it was cold.
Oh, fucking cool, yeah.
Ethan?
No, me.
Yeah. So,
I got you.
application here, and you put the rest of your information on here, but that's all your information.
So is there a rule,
MIC,
like if you get multiple
and down
MFPs
here,
or MICs, it'll turn into an actual charge?
Yeah. So it's your third one turns into a misdemeanor, which is a criminal charge.
$7.50.
Your second one is additionally more expensive than $487.50. So I don't know what it goes up to, but yeah.
Yeah, definitely less than $1.
Yeah. Just wait till you're 21, or be smart about it.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say I didn't drink in college. I did, but I can go staggering around the middle of the roadway, you know, afterwards. So, not saying you're a bad person or anything, but there's a way to do it, obviously, and there's a way to do it. Not obviously.
Eye color? Blue.
Well, that statement right there, Cat Lady, it takes me back to that statement I brought up earlier that Kim made. That everybody around there knew something was going to be going down as far as the shakedown, so on and so forth. And I really have to wonder, did everybody stay out of the way because of that situation? Did everybody go home and just don't, you know what I'm saying? Did everybody kind of, you see people jogging away here, they were hurry up and getting back to where they were going. Is this why? Because people knew something was going to go down at some point, some kind of a big fight or whatever is what I'm saying. Were people staying out of the way? I mean, I know it sounds in some ways somewhat ridiculous, folks, but not really at this point. You know what I'm saying? I'm just, if that's true, that would make some sense to me. That's all I'm saying.
This part in the back, there's a sign, we'll put you on your way, okay? So instructions in the back. It said $487.50. And again, how paid or contested by December 1st, okay? Sign the yellow line, it's not a admission of guilt. It's just saying that we acknowledge the time, okay? Up here. So obviously you're in drinking college, so it's up here. Smart about it, don't be staggering drunk out in public and stuff, okay? So you're free to go.
See you, man.
Alright, what's last for your social? What state was your license out of? Idaho? Height?
6'3".
Weight?
Probably about 155.
Hair color? Brown, black, brown. Eye color?
Blue.
Okay, it's the same thing for you. December 1st. Everybody's been tested out, okay? So I'm taking care of by then.
Yep.
Sign the yellow line, mission of guilt, just saying acknowledge that date. Same thing for you, Corey, 750, okay?
Okay.
Get her. All right. You can see her. Already copy. Any questions?
No.
All right, you're free to go.
Thank you.
Have a safe rest of your night, man. Moscow 77.
So where in the video did the kids run by? Because I must have missed that. I don't know how, but where the hell was that? I was waiting to see that and I didn't. Is it up like here? Like right there? In the beginning. So it's like, is this in the black jacket? Wasn't there? I didn't see that. Does this look right around here, or is it before or after this, guys? I'll just let it go from here because I want to go back and see that again, and I want to look at that fire hydrant right there. If I have to slow it down, I'm just trying to make sure. They could be the rifles. They carried them. Well, most police do. Fire hydrants right there. Yes, Hunter. It's hard to see them in the background. That's what I thought, but you can see them happening. Yes, Allison. Let me see if it's like right here. Hold on.
So likely what's going to happen, because you're all underage, what grade are you guys in? What year are you?
Freshman.
You guys are all freshmen?
Yeah.
Okay. You guys had any cop talks or anything like that with our two campus officers?
Yeah.
Brzezinski, Morris? Okay.
Yeah.
So none of this is a surprise. They've explained this all. They've given all the warning, stuff like that, okay?
Sure.
So you guys going to hang out for me? I know it's cold. I apologize. We'll try to get through this as quickly as we can. What's that?
Homeboy lied to you.
No, he showed me a picture of it. I don't know if it was a two-part blast, and I don't know if I messed that up, but he showed me a valid picture of his ID. I could even see the hologram. DOB is 2003, Melthor, Idaho. Do you write these MIC or MIP?
It's okay, Unsolved. Welcome. It's good to have you here. I don't know, Cat K. That's what I always wondered as to why. You know what I mean? It could be.
We're code 4, thank you.
Thank you, dear.
Put 701 Taylor address.
Okay.
All right. Take care, Raquel. Thank you for joining us, hon. I appreciate you. I hope you enjoy your movie. We're almost done here for tonight. I promise.
So it's at 8:30. You know how much that would be?
I'm trying to get to that spot specifically, so we'll have to rewatch all this so that I can see something. And the fire hydrant itself too. So I can't remember exactly where that was. It's been so long since I've seen this. Hope to see you again later, Raquel. Have a great, or tomorrow, Raquel. Have a great night, hon. Was it? Why do you say you promise? I miss you when you're not, when you are not. What do you mean? A promise about what? Cat lady, what do you mean? Is it here? Yeah, that's what I thought when they're holding the flashlight, Michelle. Right. So then it turns it around, right? About here, or oh, I'm sorry, Kat. Well, because some people, I feel bad sometimes because some of these are long, and oh, here we go. I think some of these are longer, Cat Lady, and I know other people have things they probably want to do, and that's all. What the hell happened? I go backwards again. I just feel like I drag some of these on sometimes too long for some people, so that's all. That's why I say it. My apologies, dear. You remember when the black truck and the other car passed each other? Don't you think it's odd that flashed the light at each other? I think in a view moment late with a white car go by. I think that was just to warn them that police were there. I know, Cat Lady. I didn't mean it like to upset anybody. I just in case, that's all. Right here, I think. Is this yeah, I think this is where this starts. So then it would be more over this way because it's the second body cam. That's what I knew. That's what it was. Yeah, it's over this way. That's right. Thank you. All right. I didn't let it get to that point. Yeah, I think this is it where it spins. Where's the audio on this now? Yeah.
Citation here. I need to put the rest of your information on here, but that's all your information. Citation is MIC. And then down here is going to be the paid by or contest by date.
Isn't that the fire hydrant right there? And there's no jacket on it. So this was right there's a fire hydrant. And I don't know, you guys. It's hard because of that glaring light, but there's nothing on it. See it? Nothing on it at that point. So that jacket ended up there after that, obviously. That's interesting. Let me slow this down just a little bit, you guys.
So it's an infraction. So there's a set fine for this, okay? It's $487.50. And it has to be paid or contested by December 1st. Okay? So what's your last for your social?
Let me check.
How tall are you?
I am 6 foot, maybe 6'1".
Yeah. Weight?
177.
Hair color? Blonde?
Blonde.
Eye color?
Blue.
Alright. Get this button back, have the sign, and we'll put you on your way, okay? Alright. So the instructions on the back, like I said, $487.50. And again, have it paid or contested by
Did you guys see that when he blocked the glare? Look. Watch.
Have the sign. We'll join your way, okay? All right. So the instructions on the back. Like I said, 487.
Hey, Friday. What's up, brother? Good to see you tonight.
All right.
What's up, Stars? Good to see you tonight, sir. Sorry about that.
Get this button back. Have the sign. And we'll put you on your way, okay? All right. So the instructions on the back. Like I said, 487.50.
There, right there, you can see that hydrant. There's nothing hanging on it. That's the only clear shot we've actually had of it because the light is shining in our face. And everybody, that's what everybody was looking at. There's nothing hanging on that fire hydrant at this point. And this is at 3:15 a.m. So whenever that jacket ended up there had to have been afterwards, in my opinion, because it's not there now. So there you go. What did I miss, Michelle? I'm sorry. Did I miss the runners go by? If that's what you're talking about. Five guys running on the band field, correct? I don't remember. So yeah, there's none there. You can very clearly see that's at our 3:15 almost in the morning. Basically almost the time that Xana made her last TikTok. There's nothing there, guys. Just so that you want to, anybody was interested in seeing that, it's not there.
And again, have it paid or contested by December 1st, okay? Sign the yellow line. It's not a admission of guilt. It's just saying.
I am 6 foot, maybe 6'1".
Okay, wait.
177.
Hair color? Blonde?
Blonde.
Eye color?
Blue.
So the guys or the people running by is after this or before this? Is that what is that where I missed it at? I'm just trying to find the exact spot. Perhaps the coat was laid down there. That's what I was thinking at this point now because there's nothing there right now. So that would make sense, Contessa. And I got another theory on that jacket, by the way. I don't know why, but I thought about this the other night. Okay, I just saw him. Hold on. Let's try that again real quick. Okay, I count 4 people. No, I'm not looking at reflection stars. Shut up. Take care, Isabel. Hope to see you soon. Thank you for joining us. So, just to give you a quick thought, when we watched the video of them finding that jacket and they were standing there looking through it, they pulled something out that looks like a radio, walkie-talkies, the radios that they use, the first responders, right? You see them looking at it, holding that by the antenna, looking down at it. Well, if it's one of their radios, they're not going to look at it like that. They know what that is. Now, the only thing that something else made some sense to me because I had one of these. And I know people in our area used to have, I have a Motorola one. It's dead now, but I used to use it all the time. It's a Motorola, and they have different brand, Bearcat, different variations of them. Portable police monitor radio, okay? And it's got an antenna on it, and it looks like a walkie-talkie, but it's not. It's just a monitor, and you can run different channels through it, and it plays police radio, traffic, first responders, ambulance, fire department, all that stuff, okay? It plays that stuff, and you can hear it. And I know people around here used to keep those. Some of the drug dealers around here used to keep them in their cars, and they would hear when police were coming. And when he pulled that out, I wondered if it was possibly, thank you, Hunter, a handheld scanner. Yeah. Why would they have that? To hear if law enforcement's in the area, if there's around there, but why would it be wrapped up in that jacket sitting there? That was my biggest question, but that kind of is what it looked like. Okay. The way he pulls that thing out and he holds it up and he's looking at it by the antenna, like, what are you looking? Are you looking at the channel it was on? It definitely wasn't his radio, though. That's the weird part. And it seemed like he pulled it out of that jacket, maybe out of the sleeve, or it was wrapped up in it or something like that. But that's one of the things that came to mind when I saw that. Was somebody there listening for law enforcement that night while this was going down and just left it when everything happened? Oh, yeah, you definitely could see it, Contessa. The one video that we watched together in here, you could clearly see them look at it. Agreed, Cat Lady. Yeah, possibly. But that was something I thought of after the fact. Like, that could have been. Somebody was standing there, and they were listening as a lookout, maybe, while listening for law enforcement. Hey, Matt, welcome back, buddy. And that was their job, possibly, in this whole mix. Just saying. Just a thought.
All right. Get this button back of the sign. We'll get you on your way, okay? Alright. So the instructions on the back. Like I said, 487.50. And again, have it paid or contested by December 1st, okay? Sign the yellow line. It's not a admission of guilt. It's just saying that you acknowledge the fine date there, okay? And again, have it paid or contested by December 1st, okay? Sign the yellow line. It's not a admission of guilt. It's just saying that you acknowledge the fine date there, okay? Get your copy here. So, obviously you're in drinking college, because of both of you. Smart about it, don't be staggering drunk out in public and stuff, okay? So you're free to go. Thank you. You as well. Alright, what's the last 4 of your social? And what state was your license out of? Idaho?
Idaho, yeah.
Okay. Height?
6'3".
Weight?
Probably about 155.
Hair color? Brown, black, brown?
Yeah.
Eye color?
Blue.
Sarge, we were looking at one of the things we were looking at was the fire hydrant to see if that jacket that was there at that time, which it wasn't. And just basically rewatching this to see if anything was missed per se. That's pretty much it. We didn't really get a chance to go through it too much because we were talking about some other stuff earlier. So that's all. Stuff that you're probably not interested in, Sarge. Nothing else though, really. Just breaking it down, looking back at some old stuff and seeing if it relates to anything that we know now. Oh, and I guess there's some people that never saw this, so there you go, Good Trouble. I wouldn't do that there, Matt. Nope.
Okay, it's the same thing for you. December 1st. It's pay by or contest by, okay? Just have it taken care of by then.
Yeah.
It's on the yellow line. Non-mission guilt. Just saying you acknowledge that date. So same thing for you, 487.50, okay?
Okay.
Get her.
Yeah, there was a rumor put out that one of the Banfield boys or guys was wearing somebody else's clothes. How do you know that? How would they know that, truly? That's something I could never truly, just because their clothes look bigger than them or whatever. A lot of kids wear oversized clothes. I don't think that has any bearing on anything. I never did believe that, truly. But, I mean, I just didn't know where it could have came from either.
All right. You can see her.
Okay, so that's that video. Yeah, it was a style like that. I know Angel just said, and I remember now, people were saying it looked like a shirt that Maddie had on the day before or something like that. There could be many of them that look that way, so that would make sense to me. Okay, well, you figured that out then, SRB. That's awesome. Yeah, it was definitely like stylish to do certain things at that time, but yeah, well, we know one thing for a fact is that jacket was not on that hydrant at 3:16 a.m. or 3:13 a.m. So, and they were probably there for probably another, I'd say 10, maybe 15 minutes max after this. So by 3:30 a.m., that jacket is not there at that point. So we have all the next day and the rest of the night, morning, whatever, for that to happen. So does that mean that somebody that was involved in this left it there? Because how else would it get there? And how would they pick it up and find something in it? Okay, and just drop it back down. So I don't understand. I'm a little lost on that whole thing, and a lot of people have brought that up.
I wondered if the knife was wrapped in it and then dumped.
Well, when they pick it up in the video that we were watching, Angel, I don't know if you saw that video yet. There's a video that's out where they show them picking it up, looking through it, and it looks like they pull like what looks like a walkie-talkie type thing, and all of a sudden it's there.
Yeah, I've seen that, yeah.
I don't see anything else in their hands. And if they pulled that out, like I said, why would there be a walkie-talkie in there? Either it's because somebody was communicating with somebody else. It could actually be a walkie-talkie or, the two-way radio, or it could have been a handheld monitor for, like I said, for people to hear.
Scanner, yeah.
Yeah. Scanner, sorry. I don't know. I don't know exactly what that is. I know some people wanted to know if that was there. We didn't see it there at that point in time in the night. So I don't know. But like I said, I want to do more of this and look back on other stuff that we've seen from the beginning of the case and then see how it relates to, what we know now.
Yeah. Can I just quickly say I'm going to go now and thank you for having us on.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you
And
so
I'll
much.
let you say bye to everybody yourself, and I'll just
Yes, ma'am.
step
Yes,
back and
thank
I'll still be in the chat, but I'll just go off here.
All right. Well, thank you very much for joining me, Angel. You're always welcome when we do this. Please feel free to do it again. There was no reason to be nervous. You did amazing. So thank you for your tonight.
I think it's just because the voice sounds so different to everybody that I listen to, and it's like, I don't know, just in case nobody understands what I'm saying.
Oh, no. We've got plenty of other people with accents, and I love it. I love it. So thank you.
Right, okay, then thanks for having us.
Absolutely.
Bye-bye.
Have a great night, hon.
Bye,
Bye-bye.
everyone.
Yes. Absolutely. We were great. It's wonderful to have you here finally, to have you to hear your thoughts on this. Agreed. Other than that, let's see. These two cops went to the sidewalk sign, stepped after this. I believe that can was around 3:30. Yeah. What the dude with the long hair was there? Right. Agreed, hunters. Absolutely. Great stuff tonight, Angel. Thank you. And we didn't really get to get into what we were going to do. That's okay. She got the chance to vent and voice everything she wanted to. She never had a chance to do that. So I appreciate that so very much. Like I said, we'll be back here in a day or so, tomorrow or the day after, doing this again with more stuff too. Plus, I think that there's going to be more documents coming, and we'll be reviewing. So, also, I can't remember who it was in here said that Jules did a really good breakdown on the documents. So if anybody wants to see what those are all about, go check out Jules' channel, guys. If we could drop her link in here. She's always done a great job of explaining the documents. If I didn't do such a great job, my apologies. From what I know, I did best I could. Jules has a couple degrees in this kind of stuff too, so she understands a little bit better. Beth, have a great night. Thank you for joining us. So those are the documents that have just dropped that we covered in the beginning of the show. Again, Angel, thank you for all your input, and Terry, appreciate you very much. And there's and if we want to come, we need to come back to this, guys. We can do that. And there's plenty of other stuff too that I think we should go back and look at from early on in the case. I think it's kind of important. So thank you guys again for being here with us tonight. Moderators did an amazing job as always. Thank you to anybody that did donate to the channel. Again, guys, never expected, but absolutely appreciate it. Thank you so much. And like I said earlier, whoever sent that, it says it's not much. It doesn't matter. Every little bit equals something to me, guys. It really means everything. So thank you so much. Thank you so much, Rose. I appreciate that. And we love that you love it here. That means everything. Thank you, SRB. There's Jules's link right there, guys. Absolutely. Contessa, thank you so much for joining us tonight. Mr. Matt, Sergeant Matt, have a great night, brother. Be good for your mom, please. Please, she deserves it. And guys, once again, mods, if you have a minute after the fact, I want to jump in with you guys real quick. Canadian Cat Lady said, I will say, see you later. Never bye. You're the best. So, thank you so much, Cat Lady. I love you. I really do. I hope you have a wonderful night, guys. Don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. Don't change nothing. You guys are the beautiful people, and you are why I'm here. So you have a great night, folks. I'll see you in the morning. You don't have to, Alicia. It's okay. Have a great one, folks. Much love. Bye-bye. Good night, and God bless.
Down the shadows, bringing wrongs to right. Digging deep in the data, facts sharp as a knife. With every single story, he's fighting for a life. A voice for the voiceless. He won't stay quiet. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. Through the shadows he rises, streaming loud and clear. Cracking cases, open hearts filled with fear. These channels a beacon in a world gone wrong. He guides us through the chaos, a soldier so strong. The clicks and the lights, they follow his lead. With every new case he plants a new seed, sharing their stories, giving hope where it fades. Daniel's a warrior through the trials he waits. In a world of silence, he shouts out their names. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, yeah, the truth he brings. From the shadows you rise, a streaming loud and clear. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, yeah, the truth he brings. From the shadows and lowlands, he won't let us fall. Bringing the truth out, answering the call. For every soul forgotten, he's here to stand tall. Daniel the genuine, will always give it his all. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim